It's Junkanoo time again. Welcome to the BTC 2019 Boxing Day Junkanoo Parade from downtown Nassau. Hosted by Jiminita Swain and Desmond Saunders, along with Lloyd Allen and Kelsey Johnson.
Welcome to the 2019 BTC Boxing Day Parade. We're coming to you live from Rawson Square, and so much excitement is in the air. I'm Jiminita Swain, joined by
Desmond Saunders.
And we have an exciting team ready and prepared to bring you everything that's about to happen on Bay. There are so many interesting themes.
Interesting, yes, is an understatement. We've got themes from Africa. We got a group portraying social media.
The fight
buzz.
for the cure.
Everything is right here. And the event is actually starting right now. We had some showers of blessing earlier. Meteorologists are predicting that everything is going to be okay, so there's going to be a smooth flow. So everybody's excited. I'm excited. The A group's excited. And Boxing Day sold out, actually.
It definitely is sold out. We can tell you so far that the bleachers are actually filling up. I saw the Deputy Prime Minister and a few other parliamentarians arrive a short while ago. But of course, our Lloyd Allen is standing by in Rawson Square. So Lloyd, tell us what's happening from your vantage point.
Well, good night again, Jiminita. Well, of course, it's just minutes away. We just heard the announcement that the official parade has gotten started, so the Valley Boys should be approaching this area any moment now. And just so you know, this is my actual first year reporting for ZNS downtown Rawson Square for the National Boxing Day Junkanoo Parade, and I'm excited. Even as we look around, we see many Bahamians coming out. We have many persons who have turned out from around the world just to see the fun, the excitement, the cultural explosion that we see every year coming from the Junkanoo Parade. But of course, even as you can hear in the background, the excitement is building. In just minutes, we expect that the Valley Boys will be right here, Rawson Square, getting this official parade started. I'm excited. My heart rate is racing. Jiminita, I don't know about you, but it's a great night. And of course, we have some basic information coming in now from the parade management chairman. That's Anthony Mortimer, who spoke with us earlier, giving us some details about predictions and the weather after they spoke with the Met Office.
Well, the way forward now is, first of all, I'd like to say Merry Christmas to all our Bahamian people. But the way forward now is that the parade initially was supposed to start at a 10 p.m. start time. But due to inclement weather within the area, all of the member Junkanoo groups, such as the Division A, Division B, and also Individual Association, agreed to push the parade back to a 12 a.m. start. Full parade, the A Division groups will still do a 3-lap parade, and both the D Division and Individual Association will do a 2-lap parade. Okay. We were told, too, that again, that we might experience between the hours of 1 to 3 or so some more showers, light showers, we were told. Okay, nothing to really impact the costumes per se, but that's what we were told. Okay, so but the Junkanoo groups wanted to have this parade tonight. They really were pushing hard to get this parade in because they want to really treat their fans, the Bahamian people, to our Bahamian culture.
So, of course, again, we expect, according to Mr. Mortimer, that the parade will durate for about 12 hours. So getting started at 12 midnight, that means it'll end at about 12 o'clock tomorrow morning. And, of course, as you can hear and see behind me, the Valley Boys are coming. The crowds are cheering. People are excited. I'm excited. You can hear that this parade is going to be a great one this year. Jiminita, Desmond, of course, we are looking forward to a great start this year.
Thanks, Lloyd. Obviously, the start is on time. We see Valley coming up. Their theme is wildlife on the Serengeti. And, of course, we told you that we have team coverage for you tonight. And this lady is just a ball of energy. Kelsey is standing by. So, Kelsey, what's happening from your vantage point?
It's probably as far as I can get. Good night, Jiminita, Desmond, and Merry Christmas to the entire Bahamas. As you can hear, it has started. We are live on Frederick Street. This is where the gate and the gate has been opened for the fancy dancers. Their theme, Let Freedom Ring Around the World. And if you can see them in the back of me, they are ready. They are pulsating. They are moving. They are ready to take this big group by storm. But coming right after the fancy dancers is a major A group. That's the world famous Valley Boys. Their leader, Cisco Cooper, he's the son of the late Gus Cooper. He was also a former leader. Cisco said they are ready, and that rain delay did not stop any show. The Valley Boys say they come here to dig up the road with their theme as well. So we're going to listen in to Cisco, and then we're going to bring it right back to the fancy dancers who are on the clock and ready to go.
Basically, with the preparation for Bay Street, though there was the delay, we never stopped our preparation. We've been out here from 3 o'clock, and it has no effect on us. And we rain or shine, Valley Boys are ready to go. As you can see, this masterpiece behind us, we're ready to go. We're ready to get into the Serengeti.
And the theme this year, do you think you guys have executed it? How are you going to rock Bay Street?
Oh, definitely. We have the wildlife on the great Serengeti. As you can see, it's one of the most beautiful places in the world.
Welcome back.
We
are
just bringing it
still
to
on
Nassau.
Frederick Street, and as you can see in the back of me, it's all about the fancy dancers. They have opened it up, and they are ready to move. Look at the girls. They are so pretty. They are moving, pulsating, the rhythm. Fancy Dancers is going to mash up Bay Street, Jimenita and Desmond. Their theme, Let Freedom Ring Around the World. The world famous Valley Boys, they are in the back of them. That they will be the first A group of the gate. As you can see, their banner is directly in the back of the fancy dancers. We're going to toss it back to you and see if we can get closer to the Valley Boys, because a lot of people are waiting to see what Valley Boys are going to bring to Bay Street. So back to you, Jimenita and Desmond.
Thanks, Kelsey. As we know now, we're starting actually with the B group. So fancy dancers are out of the gate first. We see the energy. We feel the excitement. There's so much exciting and enthusiasm happening right now on B. Like we said earlier, the bleachers are filling up. Persons are excited. Of course, they have their umbrellas. They're prepared just in case there are some additional showers or blessings. But what I can tell you so far, it's a nice, cool night.
This is a nice, cool atmosphere. For those listening, we have a number of persons online from all over the globe tuning into our broadcast. If you're in Nassau and you want to come out, it's a great family-oriented atmosphere. Police are out here in full force, Jimenita.
As usual.
And as you indicated before, scores are trickling in. They can't miss Junkanoo. This is the most highly anticipated event.
The cultural event. Everyone, I would imagine, of all of the groups, they want the 2019 bragging rights title. We know that this is the end of an era. We're going into a new decade for New Year's. So we know that this is the festival that persons want to brag about. Now, we did do something earlier with the fancy dancers, so take a listen or take a look at it right now.
This morning, fancy dancers coming out with World Freedom. We having all the Malcolm X, Gandhi, Martin Luther King, all the people who fight for freedom around the world. We have in Jamaica, Bahamas, Africa, Haiti, England, France, wherever you need them. We having all them picked in that be coming in. We've been consistent throughout the years. I think if we have a good sponsor, we have a consistent sponsor, we can work on going A in any moment, because we have what it takes to be a group. To be a group, you gotta have commitment, and you need a neighborhood. And see, the fancy dancers now, we on our third generation of kids. That's a long list. Our first generation of kids was me, and we on the second is some other guys. Now we on our third. They got the guys, some of kids. Now all we having is now, if they caring, all they know is dances now. So the dancers' future is looking good and teeing off. For me to keep us going, morning we coming down the road and they can take us for A group, judging by our parents and our costumes and our commitment to what we did. And this one for Mr. T, our old sponsor who's been for us from the 80s. Mr. T been around sponsoring our group. Wasn't for Mr. T, he had never been a fancy dancers. And we like to say thanks to John Chipman. Wasn't for Chippy, thank God for Chippy. Chippy is the one who come up with the B division. Because Chippy know it was not being fair to us in the A category. So Chippy is the one who come up with the idea and make up the B division. We always have good music. We can play a good theme song, free at last and stuff like that. We can play some theme songs, you know. And we can play some song, but hype up the crowd too, you see. We come in to make you dance and have a good time. And fancy dance should be good this year. I figure when they see us this morning, they can know we here this morning. We mean business. Tight like a monkey's ass.
Well, of course, you were taking a listen or a watch at the fancy dancers as they were preparing for Bay. They are obviously, of course, on Bay now. The parade has started. I want to send a special hello to Tamara and her family watching all the way from Charlotte. Of course, we have you covered on the ZNS network. You can watch via our Facebook stream. You can watch via our website, that's ZNSBahamas.com. All of the areas are covered. Desmond stepped out, but joining me now, of course, is the Assistant Secretary of the Junkanoo Corporation of New Providence, Mr. Ivan Thompson. Welcome to the broadcast, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Chamanita. Thank you. It's great to be here, and Merry Christmas, Bahamas.
Merry Christmas to you, and of course, compliments of the season to everyone that's tuned in and watching. This is one of the parades, I think, that is always highly anticipated. I think I asked you earlier, and you mentioned that it's actually sold out. So
yes.
How many persons are accounted for being here ticket-wise tonight?
10,000 persons strong accounted for being on Bay Street with a sold-out parade for the Boxing Day. It's one of the most anticipated parades that we usually put off. New Year's Day, we're getting there. Sales are slowly climbing, and we want to encourage persons to come out because we're going to put on a great and spectacular show again for New Year's. But Boxing Day is always a sold-out parade in record time.
Do you think it's just the draw of it being the first parade ending the year before the New Year's, or do you think that this is just a place to be after Christmas?
Well, they're both elements. You can do that. It's a combination of both. And additionally, it's not just something for the entire family to be, but it is actually the largest parades that we have, even with groups. More of their members participate in the Boxing Day parade versus the New Year's Day parade, and so groups are fairly larger during Boxing Day versus New Year's Day.
So any different or exciting elements that you added to this parade to make it more interesting? I know for one thing, you definitely started on time.
Yes, well, due to the inclement weather that we had earlier, it forces the start. It forces with a midnight start, but we're here, we started, we were on time, and actually, what we anticipate is a smooth flowing parade. No long delays, no long breaks, and so we have a smooth flowing parade. In fact, this is the first year that this new executive team for the Junkanoo Corporation of New Providence will put off this parade. Last year we ended with the old executive team, and so we're into a new executive team this year, and so we are trying to start everything on time. We try to have a smooth flow, and this is the first year, Germanita, that we are using the electronic devices. So we are doing a paperless judging system this year, and so basically 5 minutes after the parade ends, we'll know who the winners are.
That seems to be very seamless and interesting. So do you think we'll still have the usual concerns from the group? So you think everybody is on board with these improvements to make the festival more interesting and fun?
Well, there will always be concerns, but us getting to this point is a collaborative effort of the groups. The Junkanoo Corporation of New Providence is comprised of members from every group in Junkanoo, including the individual association. That's A groups, B groups, and the individual. And so everyone has an input on how we want to see our parades run, how we want them managed, the rules, what are the rules that's going to govern the parades, and even the judging system, the judges, persons that will manage the parade, everyone has an impetus in this regard. And so we come together all year long. We meet basically every week for the entire year. We don't just start this in the mid-year. So once these parades are over, we're back in meetings come January. And it's basically every week we are in meetings trying to think of ways that we can better these parades, improve them, and ways that we can make them more, enhance them more better. And so we're just here every year. We do this. This is what we do.
So how many judges are on the parade responsible for scoring?
We have 33 judges this year.
33, everybody trained.
Everybody
What are some
trained.
of the elements that they will be looking at? We're now into the electronic era.
Well, there are still the main judging components of course, the banner, the overall group performance, the costuming, the music. Those are all the parts of the elements of judging, and they carry various percentages. And so each percentage contributes to the overall 100% of the judging score for that group. And so we have judges judging various categories. Okay, and so once they're judging various categories, they will input their scores into a electronic device, a tablet. And of course, we have those tablets. We have backup power for those tablets should anything happen. The Wi-Fi would not drop, and so we foolproof this. We run the system for our Independence Parade. We run the system for our Fox Hill Day parades. We run the system for our rollover, so we know that the system is working effectively. And so now today will be the main test for these systems. So they've been trained 6 weeks. They've taken up a course, and last year we've had some issues with the judging system. We saw what happened. That gave us some negative publicity, and so our judges, our legal team came together, and they compiled the standard operating procedures that all judges must comply by, and of course they took an oath, and they signed an oath of secrecy and an oath to do what is right. And so hopefully this will close up all the loopholes.
So a sense of transparency
and accountability was the watch order of the day, and that's what we've done.
Now, as you mentioned, 10,000 tickets have been sold. Obviously, Bahamians, locals know what to expect from Junkanoo, but we have visitors here. What is the takeaway experience that you want our visitors to walk away with here from Junkanoo?
Junkanoo is a phenomenon that you would not see anywhere in this world. And I've been to a few of the shacks, and I've seen the tour bus drivers bring tourists into the shack, and they are amazed at what cardboard, some paint, and crepe paper can do. And this just lends to the artistic abilities of the persons involved in Junkanoo. I just respect the craft. I have great respect for the craft, Jimanita, and it's amazing what they can really turn junk into. Beautiful work. And so tourists will be able to see art pieces that they can see nowhere else in this world other than the Bahamas. And of course, to see what it's made of, and then to see it showcased, and then to see it performing on Bay Street. And so I'm sure this will be an out-of-this-world experience, one that they've never seen before, and I'm sure that they will enjoy every penny of it this morning, Jimanita.
Is there an element for you that I didn't notice? I didn't say a vision of it all,
yes.
Sound.
Yes.
But that pulsating is Junkanoo.
Jimanita, you and I just alike. That rhythmic sensation of the goatskin drum, the back line, is what we call it.
Basically.
The back line, when you have that bass drum, the tum-tums, you would have the kunkalakas, and of course you would have the cowbells, and when they create that rhythm.
Yes.
And that's what gets to your soul. That's what gets to your body. That's what gives it the oomph.
And it's so much, as you say, you do have to respect the Junkanooers, because it's not just, you mentioned the elements that produce a costume, but it's more than that, because you have to come with your theme.
Yes.
Themes are what you're scored on. Like,
Yes.
did you execute the theme?
Jim and Anita, listen to me. That's why every group is mandated to produce a synopsis so that we can see what they're doing, and then we can look at their performance on page, we look at their costuming and see if they're actually fulfilling what they've set out to do. And so I just want to tell persons in our listening audience and our viewing audience that you have to respect what goes in to producing a parade from each group, from the individuals, from the B category, from the A category. Germanita, I will tell you one thing, Germanita. I will tell you one thing, Germanita. It takes a lot of resources.
A lot of money.
A lot of money.
A lot of money. It's a lot of time.
A whole lot of money.
Expensive.
When you have different levels of feathering, and you look at one pack of feathering that costs maybe $40 for one pack, and you need 10 to 12 packs of that. And then you have the other, the gory and the rooster. That's $75 a pack. And you need another 20 packs of that.
And maybe then this may be just one costume you're talking about.
One costume, Jimita. And these persons are not being sponsored. They're going into their pockets and they're making this happen for the love of the culture, for the love of preserving this thing called Junkanoo. Persons invest thousands of dollars. I've invested thousands of dollars into Junkanoo with no return, but just for the love of the culture.
Well, I would think the love of the culture is the return, because
yes,
Junkanooers do it year in, year out. They
Yes.
do it Boxing Day, they do it New Year's Day, they
Yes.
do it during the summer festivals.
Yes.
It's a commitment.
it's a commitment.
But what do you think? Do you think that more needs to be done, obviously?
More needs to be done, and we're pleading. In fact, what I want to do, Jimmy, is first of all thank persons who have come on board and invested into Junkanoo, like our corporate sponsors, BTC. We can't say thank you enough to BTC. We can't say thank you enough to Kalik. We can't say thank you enough to Rubis. They are corporate sponsors, and I want to encourage more persons out there in the corporate community to really take a serious look at Junkanoo and how we promote Junkanoo and the returns that they can get from Junkanoo. Trust me, it's not just investing in, but there are returns in this thing as well. And so they've invested, and we'd like to thank our sponsors, our title sponsor, and our platinum, and our corporate sponsors for stepping up to the plate to make this all happen.
Okay. Well, there you have it. Of course, fancy dancers making their way up, but we're going to take a short break. But we have you covered, so don't go anywhere.
We'll be back with more of the BTC 2019 Boxing Day Junkanoo Parade after these messages. You're watching the BTC 2019 Boxing Day Junkanoo Parade.
BTC Boxing Day 2019 parade. As you can see, I had to pull out my umbrella. Light showers so far on Bay, but that hasn't stopped the show. The fancy dancers are still making their way to Rawson Square, and the music sounds very strong, Ivan.
It's very strong. In fact, I thought it was an A group coming down Bay Street, but the fancy dancers have always put on a good show. They have put on a good show, and so Germany, we expect no less from their performance this morning. And so we're going to see exactly what they produce.
Okay, well, we're going to send it down to Bay Street so we can take a look at what the fancy dancers are bringing to Bay. of Let Freedom Ring Around the World. We see the banner, the back banner about to pass that focuses on the journey to Bahamian independence. Everything about freedom seemed to be touched on to some degree by the group. How do you think they did?
Yes, they certainly fulfill their synopsis or in executing what they're mandated to do. We saw a bit of Africa, we saw a bit of America, we saw a bit of the Bahamas. And so, the freedom of Egypt, we saw the African warriors, we saw the dances that depicted the African warriors. And of course, we saw a bit of Mahatma Gandhi in there as well. And so they came, they saw, they executed. They did a good show so far, and they are off to a good start.
And we'll see what happens judging. Well.
Absolutely. It's left to the judges now to determine whether they have fully executed their mandate and how well they performed, how well they executed. It's all left to those 33 individuals.
Well, fancy dancers, of course, making their way through Rawson Square, but we will have continued coverage for you. But we're going to take a quick break, so stay tuned. Don't go anywhere, just grab a cool drink.
Stay tuned for more Boxing Day Junkanoo from downtown Nassau. Welcome back to the BTC 2019 Boxing Day Junkanoo Parade.
So welcome back to our live coverage of the 2019 BTC Boxing Day Parade. As you can see, we have the Valley Boys up next. Their theme, Wildlife on the Great Serengeti. Now, the chanting has started already. Everybody is ready for the Valley. They want to see if they're going to execute, but I know that our Kelsey Johnson is standing by on Frederick Street. So, Kelsey, what's happening from your end of things?
We are deep in the jungle. I mean, the heart of the world famous Valley Boys. I feel like I am in Serengeti. The Valley Boys, I can see up front, their banner is probably in Charlotte Street. But if you look in the back of me, they're still by the straw market. That's how big, how bold, how beautiful this group is out here tonight. Leopards, lions, owls, everything. The Valley Boys are ready. A few minutes ago, they were playing Deep in the Jungle, the Lion of the Jungle. Now they are playing Savannah Grass, one of the famous soca songs of 2019. They want everybody to take a trip with them down in Serengeti. Get your wildness on. The Valley Boys are on Bay Street. They get it up Frederick Street. They coming through. If you are on Shirley Street, get ready. The first A group is out of the gate. The zebras are here. The cheaters are dancing. Everybody, the Valley Boys are ready. The girls taught me a routine, but they told me I couldn't join their line because I didn't make the cut, but they are ready to go. It's all about Serengeti with the famous Valley Boys, and they are setting the tune for all of the other A groups to follow. Like I said, their brass section is still by the straw market, and their banner is way past Charlotte Street now. This is a big A group. They are bold, they are beautiful with their bright colors, and the Valley Boys, they are saying, leave now. After they are finished, you can go home because no other group will do it like them. I'm going to let you just listen to the music and the crowd for a few minutes. Coming off Bay Street. They're passing Market Street now. So, Jiminita, we're going to just toss it back to you. You can come back to us in a few minutes when they pass the gate. But back to you, Jiminita and Desmond.
Well, thanks so much, Kelsey. As you see, the Valley Boys are making their way. They cleared Frederick Street, so they're making their way up here to Rawson Square. But we also had an opportunity to chat a little bit earlier with the Valley Boys. So take a look at that piece.
Well, we got second last year, but we only wanted the party to continue into the new year, which we plan to continue into Boxing Day this year.
We wanted a continuation of the party. Obviously, we had a situation where we were celebrating a 60th year, and so it is what it is. You can't win them all, and at the end of the day, it is what it is. And as I indicate, as it was indicated, we wanted the party to continue, and we celebrated throughout the year. We're dealing with wildlife, we're dealing with nature. It's a naturistic type thing, one that we sometimes have a tendency to take for granted, especially when we talk about the extinction of animals. And, we're just making sure that we are staying conscious of things that we normally, especially animals that we take advantage of.
The name of the Valley Boys is preparation itself. Valley Boys are winners. We're going to go out there to have fun and take this break. Bring it. I can tell you we're going to rest it in the road, and if you beat it, we'll eat it. And we're not going to eat any cardboard, but we'll make sure that we beat you. And we're known for the power that we will strike, and we will strike you hard. We have a tendency to, regroup. And when we regroup, based on age, we have a tendency to lose. And we know that. But we up here, we know that we win. And we are winners, and so, recognize that when we come to strike you, and we're going to strike you really hard.
So preparation and fun we're hearing out of the Valley Boys camp. That's their plan to execute, and of course, they're hoping to win. That's one of the key things, Ivan, that they said in that piece is they were preparing for Bay. They're now on Bay. Of course, we mentioned to you their theme is wildlife on the Great Serengeti. Are they going to execute? That's always the question.
Valley Boys has always put on a good show. They're the group that's been in this, one of the oldest Junkanoo groups that's been around for over 60 years. And so they certainly know how to put on a show. They certainly know how to wow the crowd. They certainly know how to execute a theme. They certainly know how to bring the hype. And so today will be no different. We can expect the same hype. We can expect the same energy. We can expect them to execute this theme gracefully.
And of course, they've already thrown the challenge out there that they plan to win. That's their plan for this bird.
Well, that's everybody's plan, is to win. Nobody comes to Bay Street to lose. And so everybody's strategy, everybody's plan is to be El Número Uno.
So just remind viewers, even though persons here may know, this may be great information for the international guests that are watching via our live streaming platforms.
Yes.
What are the key elements when it comes to scoring that determines if you are the overall winner of a parade?
Costuming, execution of theme, performance, performance, costume, and of course music. Those are some of the key components. And of course you have the banner, and you have your lead costumes. They also carry some scoring points as well. And so you have the lead banner, you have the costuming, you have the performance, you have the music, those, and then you have the overall group performance.
So basically, the groups that come on Bay must operate like a well-tuned, finely tuned machine.
Like a well-oiled machine. And every mechanism of that machine must be flowing. It must be going, and they must be in synchronization. Even when a group lines up, Geminita, they line up in a synchronological order because they're telling a story. And so the executive state, they tell a story. And so everything is, it's methodical from the concept, from, the concept,
conceptualization.
Conceptualization of the theme to execution when they come to Bay Street.
And obviously, as even we can see from our drone shots, the Valley Boys is not a small A group. They are large. How do you keep yourself out of the penalty areas? What do those groups like that have to keep in mind?
Well, you would have to be careful for not going over your time to get out of the judging zone. Those carry penalty points. Getting out of the gate on time, those carry penalty points. Not having cloth, more than enough cloth. Each A group is only entitled to have 9 persons wearing cloth. And so if you have persons over that number wearing cloth, those are penalty points. Costumes that are on more than 2 or 3 wheels, those carry penalty points. And so these are all affixed in the rules. And of course, everybody's knowledgeable of the rules. We make the rules, and so we're fully knowledgeable of it. And so we know how to avoid those penalty areas, Geminita. And every A group tries their hardest to avoid those penalty areas. And so they try to get it on time. They ensure that they don't have more than the subscribed numbers for cloth costumes. They ensure that they're not blocking the entryways to the route. Anything that carries a penalty point, they shy away from.
And on average, how many members would they have?
On average, the Valley Boys will have about approximately over 600 members in their group.
So a well-oiled machine with 600 persons, they have to have it together, one mind.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's amazing how you see these hundreds of persons get together to perform and to pull off such a storyline in one showing, and to get through Bay Street in 70 minutes. It's good timing as well. And they have 70 minutes in which to do this, getting on and off.
That's very tight.
It is tight.
That's a tight timeline.
It has been done, and we're continuing to do it.
So wildlife on the Great Serengeti.
Wildlife
on the Great explorers. We're going to see that all that Africa has to offer according to the Valley Boys.
Absolutely. We should see some gazelles. We should see some lions. We should see some leopards. We should see some giraffes, some zebras. Everything wildlife we can expect to see this morning.
And you know that Africa is a theme that we've seen a number of times.
Over and repeatedly. And sometimes you see so much humanity that you never get enough of it.
It's one of those themes that always lends itself to the creativity or expression.
Absolutely.
Of
when you're crafting Junkanoo, you can get some of the most beautiful costumes from wildlife, depicting wildlife or depicting flowers. Those are the costumes, that gets the creative juices flowing, and doing so you can see some good pieces. I can expect some good pieces coming from the Valley Boys this morning.
Well, we know that the crowd is excited. At least their supporters.
Yes.
They've been chanting for some time now. From the parade started, actually,
yes,
they were in one mindset to say, hey, Valley, we ready.
Absolutely. Valley, like the Saxons, they have a great fan base. And of course, you have the up-and-coming groups that's been over 20 years or plus, or 25, 30 years, one family, Roots Junkanoo group. They, of course, have their good fan base as well. And so, Geminita, what we can expect this morning is stiff competition. Believe you me, stiff competition straight across the board. And so, everybody believes that they're winners. And so, Valley Boys, they've always had a name and an image to maintain. And so they try to live up to that as best as possible.
And as we can hear, as they get even closer to where we are in Rawson Square, the anxiety, the enthusiasm,
the adrenaline.
Everything is pumping. The bleachers people are getting on their feet. They're standing on their feet in anticipation of, I imagine, this being their group.
Yes, this is actually, you find most supporters of the Valley Boys, they try to get their Russell Square seats. It's the Showtime seats. And so they want to be there in Russell Square, here in Russell Square, to see the show live at first hand. Of course, that's where the energy comes out in all of the groups. They know that the square is
the place to be. And seeing as they're making their way to Russell Square, we're going to throw it down to Russell Square so we get first-hand view of what Valley is going to do with this theme, Wildlife on the Great Serengeti.
Absolutely.
depiction of wildlife on the Great Serengeti from the Valley Boys. We saw that the supporters in the bleachers, they were on their feet, a strong brass section.
Yes.
I mean, what did you think?
Quite the hype. The Valley Boys never ceased to hype the crowd, and they did just that. They came, they saw, they presented the wildlife of the Great Serengeti, and we saw what they had planned to show us this evening.
So
lions, antelopes, zebras. We even saw some peacocks and some crickets and
so
butterflies.
A combination of animals.
A combination of animals, insects, and everything else.
Okay, well, we have Lloyd Allen, who is standing by to do some interviews. Lloyd?
Hey, good night again, Junkanoo. Well, the Valley Boys just went past. It was an amazing show. And, of course, many persons out here celebrating and still very much excited about the parade. We have many persons visiting. And, of course, we have someone here, Charlene, visiting from, is that Fort Lauderdale?
Lauderdale, yes.
So I understand this is your first Junkanoo. Tell us about your experience so far.
Oh, my gosh, this is amazing. Oh, I can't get over the fabulous costumes and the cowbells and the whistles and the drums. It's fabulous.
So I know this does not compare to Louisiana and their Mardi Gras. What are some of the differences you see?
Oh, in Mardi Gras there's a lot of floats and they're throwing beads and everything. Here it's all about the energy of the dancers and the drummers, and they get the crowd going. And Mardi Gras, it's all about the float and throw me the beads.
So speaking about the crowd going, I know you got your family out here today. Tell me who's here tonight.
Oh gosh, we've got my niece Abby, my brother-in-law Alvin, and my sister-in-law Rochelle, my husband Clayton, and our uncle Leon.
All right, so who are you guys voting for tonight?
Oh, it has to be the Valley Boys.
Who are you guys pulling for tonight? So as you can see, we got a lot of Valley fans out here tonight celebrating, still very excited about a packed show. And the Valley Boys did an amazing job with their first lap. And of course, we're looking forward to see what else is up next. Junkanoo Desmond, back to you.
Well, thanks, Lloyd. As we mentioned, this is, of course, a sold-out parade, 10,000 seats. And, of course, as you saw in that interview just now with Lloyd, there are visitors here enjoying the parade. Interesting perspectives as she compared Junkanoo to Mardi Gras in Louisiana, New Orleans. So it's an exciting parade, I imagine, for everyone. They obviously already have their favorite, the Valley Boys. Everyone's here with their favorite as well. So there's so much to see and hear.
Absolutely, Junkanoo. And, of course, we welcome the tourists to our shores, and we welcome them to come and experience this cultural phenomena that we call Junkanoo and see how it's produced and how we put it off. And so we are thankful and we're grateful to them for visiting our shores and experiencing Junkanoo. And so, again, Junkanoo, yes, the Valley Boys, again, a splendid show by all accounts. The crowd, they were on their feet. I felt the bleachers rocking. They were cheering.
We did feel it rocking.
We did feel the bleachers rocking.
Now, obviously, one of the things you talked about earlier when we talked about what the judges are looking for, that's, I think you mentioned costuming.
Yes.
The execution of the theme.
Performance. Music.
We saw that they did their performance, but we also saw the marshals moving through, trying to get them through.
To get
on time. I'm not sure if they made it through, but I know the judges were keeping a close eye on that.
Out of the judging zones. That's why we have clocks in the various zones to basically remind them of the time that they started and the time that they have left to come out of the judging zones on Bay Street, because nobody wants to experience a penalty, Junkanoo, for going overtime.
All right. Well, of course, you're watching live coverage of the BTC 2019 Boxing Day Parade. There's so much more to see. We'll be right back.
There's more Junkanoo on the way after these messages.
So, of course, you're watching watching our continued coverage of the 2019 BTC Junkanoo Parade. Our guest, Ivan Thompson, is taking a short break, but joining me now is, of course, Arame Straughn. She is the sales manager at Commonwealth Brewery. So welcome to the broadcast, Arame, and compliments of the season to you.
Good morning. Merry Christmas to you, and thank you for having me.
So Kalik is, of course, a major sponsor to these cultural events, Junkanoo. Tell us how important it is for Kalik and why.
So Kalik is indeed the bear of the Bahamas, and anywhere you have a cultural expression, Kalik is going to be present. The very name of our brand, Kalik, denotes the sound of the cowbells. So Kalik is woven into the tapestry of Junkanoo. So anywhere where we'll have a Junkanoo parade, you're going to find Kalik there. We're always going to be present. We support the parades. We support in a financial way and in other ways.
Now, obviously, you mentioned, we were talking off camera a few minutes ago, there are other ways you touched on that you mentioned. So talk to us about the tangible ways in terms of the physical elements, like cardboarding you mentioned.
Definitely.
How does that tie into it?
So beyond the financial contribution to the JCNP, Kalik actually, from the inception of a group comes up with a concept, they need cardboard. And 75 to 80% of the cardboard used in the parades comes from Commonwealth Brewery. And because we know cardboard is very important to the construction, we actually budget and ship in more cardboard than we need for production to provide Junkanoo groups with the cardboard that they need to begin the parade.
So you definitely are connected. You're tapped into, of course, our #1 cultural expression.
We are woven into Junkanoo, absolutely. And this year, I guess everybody knows by now, we have our Who Are We campaign. And we came up with this idea to create a platform. Because when you use the term Who Are We, people normally would shout out their favorite group, the Valley. Who Are We? The Saxons. But what we wanted to do is highlight Junkanoo as a whole and bring the whole Junkanoo community together. And we are Junkanoo. Junkanoo is a part of our passion. It's a part of our history. It's woven into our roots. And Commonwealth Brewery is right there with Kalik. Kalik is the bear of the Bahamas, and we will always be present where Junkanoo is.
So let me ask you, because I'm just curious, since you're in sales, did you find that any particular group sold more? Sold more? Because I know that everyone has their favorite.
Yes, we have people coming. We have people coming in our stores complaining, why we ain't got no Bali? They don't want this, they want their group, and that's fine. And we've actually allocated sufficient so that everybody, and I'm hoping that Bahamians out there will actually be purchasing these cans and keep them. They're going to be a keepsake. This is for this year, only this campaign. But we just really wanted to infuse some energy into the parades prior to the parade. And I think we certainly did that because we have a documentary right now that's going to be running on Fusion. So I hope people go out and see that. But it is just, we just wanted to highlight the passion beyond the parade. When a group comes down here, people normally would say things, sometimes really mean things. Oh, that look awful or whatever. It takes time. It takes a lot of sweat, tears. People sacrifice their marriages, their jobs, sometimes their lives to Junkanoo to get out here. And so we just really wanted to celebrate Junkanoo groups and Junkanooers, what they do, and the families that support these men who've been living in the shack for the last week.
Right? Well, of course, Lloyd Allen is moving about, and he's standing by to give us a little bit more. Lloyd, let us know what's happening on your end of the parade spectrum.
Well, good night again, Germanita. Tonight, I'm, in the crowd, and I've come across an interesting set of people. They say, train a child in the way they should go, and when they get old, they should not depart. Now, I have, tell me your name again.
Latoya.
Latoya's out here with her niece, who is apparently from a different group. So tell me about the dynamics there.
Yes, I'm a Saxon fan, of course, and you are a
Valley fan.
So tell me, how did you fall in love with the Valley Boys?
Because they're dancing so pretty.
Now, they just finished their first lap. What did you think about it?
It was good. Because it had cheetahs.
Now, Latoya, of course, it's great to have the kids out here. What has been your experience so far tonight?
Oh, it's been lovely. Just the energy of the crowd. And I see so many visitors in the crowd tonight, and they're out here enjoying. So it's really nice, a nice vibe. And, of course, the rivalry is in full force, the Saxon and the Valley chant, so it's really nice. Yeah.
All right, so I know, of course, this is still the first lap. We haven't seen all the groups yet. What are you looking forward to once the Saxons get here?
well, I want to see them depict that team, fighting cancer. That's a really good theme. So I'm looking to see what they do there. And of course, we bring the music and the drums and our dancers. So just to see what their presentation will be today.
And Sarai, I see you're shaking your head. What do you think about the Soxers when they get here?
I think they'll do something pretty good.
She's a Valley girl. She's biased.
So, Germinator, you heard it first, of course. Many mixed crowds here. Everyone enjoying the show. And it continues to be a great show as we continue to produce an amazing experience here tonight. Back to you.
Well, thanks so much, Lloyd. And obviously, we as broadcasters have been moving through a number of the shacks to see what's been going on. We also had a chance to visit the Congo's shack. So we bring that piece to you now.
Well, this morning on Bay Street, you can expect us to bring a very lively and energetic theme, something that all Bahamians from every walk of life can relate to. We come to bring the pressure. There's no more time to slunk around and drag our foot or complain about the judges or complain about this. It's time for us to do what we have to do this morning here on Bay Street. So you're going to see a very lively, energetic theme that anyone, even a baby, could relate to. Once you get walk and talk and say mommy and daddy, if you're a Bahamian, you're going to know what they're going to bring to Bay Street this morning. Oh, the music, what you're going to get from us tonight, it's going to be very raw and energetic. Congress is known for having that raw bass, They say the most powerful storms come from the east. So we bring in the storm from the east, our backline, our bass drummers, our rhythm drummers, our bellas. You're going to hear everybody individually, but you're going to hear all synchronized in 1, 2, and 2. Jump the world know how our music is. So, it's self-explanatory, y'all. They know when we come with the pressure, right? We in the B category, but we bring A category music. So, our music is going to be live. There's going to be nobody sitting down on the bleachers once we pass. It's everybody on their feet. They're going to be listening to the music when we pass. If you're in the front of us, don't look back. If you're behind us, don't look forward. Just keep your head down and keep going. Take what you come to get, as we come for the #1 prize.
And of course, the original Congos are now on Bay Street. Their theme, Bahamian events and celebrations, a journey through the calendar. So we're going to find out whether or not they execute that theme. Of course, this Boxing Day parade, everyone wants to be #1. So we're going to see if they do what it takes to put them in that #1 spot. So take a listen to the original Congos. a short break. Obviously, we have some showers, some blessings coming down, but that's not stopping the show. We'll be right back.
Oh, my goodness.
Welcome back to more Junkanoo from downtown Nassau.
live on Bay Street, where we just had another dose of our showers of blessings. And of course, the parade is resetting. Everyone is getting back in place. But we're going to give you a little snippet from the Valley, who passed earlier, to get you through and see what they did on their turn on base. celebration of Let Freedom Ring Around the World. We see the banner, the back banner about to pass that focuses on the journey to Bahamian independence. Everything about freedom seemed to be touched on to some degree by the group. How do you think they did?
Yes, they certainly fulfill their synopsis or
We'll be back with more of the BTC 2019 Boxing Day Junkanoo Parade after these messages. You're watching the BTC 2019 Boxing Day Junkanoo Parade on the ZNS Network.
Thanks for staying with us as you're watching our live coverage of BTC's 2019 Boxing Day Parade. Of course, we had some showers of blessings, but nonetheless, the show must go on. So, Arame, tell us, I know that some persons, as it relates to your Who Are We campaign, felt that some of the groups were left out. Can you explain what happened there? And was it, I don't think it was intentional.
Well, sort of intentional. Well, we actually had, we involved all 8 category groups. We had capacity only to run 4 designs on the cans. And so quite naturally, we chose the 4 largest 8 category groups. But don't despair. You can find the bottles with the labels of Genesis, Music Makers, and Prodigal Sons can also be found on the bottles. So we only had capacity for 4 designs on the cans. We went with the largest 4 groups, but we made sure that we included every A category group. Of course, there were groups that complained that we didn't involve B category groups, or groups from the Family Islands. And, you know, in our defense, we could not accommodate everybody, but we really just wanted to come out and bring some energy to Junkanoo. This morning, it rained this morning, and we still have energy out here. People are still out here. They're still excited. You know, we are an enduring people. Before the storm, we decided to go on with this campaign from earlier in the year. In April, we decided to go on with this Who Are We Junkanoo campaign, and we never knew that this was going to have such a impact on the country, because we need something to celebrate right now. And certainly Junkanoo is a part of the Bahamian human spirit. It keeps us going. It drives us. It is in us, and we are in Junkanoo.
Now, obviously, I know I don't always ask persons, but I imagine you have a favorite group. So you want to tell us who your favorite group is that's going to come on to be?
Absolutely. And my group is coming for 2 straight this season. The Kalikas. The Kalikas is going to rip Bay Street up. In fact, they'll be down the road anytime now. The Kalikas have cowbells, whistles, ball gaps, all sorts. And we are just out here to get the party started. I mean, the Valley Boys did a great job starting the parade. They came out with a lot of intensity and energy, and they're setting the tone for what the parade is bringing today. So forget the rain. We got the blessings, and now it's on to party. So the Kalikas is coming down the road with a few beers and some cowbells.
So obviously not only doing the sponsorship thing for the parade itself and the groups, but you also participate as well.
That's right. We participate. So we're not just here to talk it. We're not here to pretend. We are a part of Junkanoo. Junkanoo is a part of us. And anywhere where there's a cultural expression, you're going to find Kalik. Kalik is a part of the Bahamian fabric, and we're not going anywhere.
Well, thank you so much. Of course, this is our guest, Aaron Maestron from Commonwealth Brewery. She joined us and talked so much about the importance of Kalik and the role that it plays in sponsorships of our greatest cultural expression. But of course, in the background, I know you've seen some snippets of the Genesis Warhawks. They're about to make their way with their wedding story, but we had an opportunity to go into their camp and to see how they were preparing for this parade. So take a look.
Genesis this morning will be bringing the wedding, A Road to Bay. Right now, this morning, we coming down the road and we tearing it up, all right? When you see our banner, it's going to be a lovely garden. And I mean, look here, the colors and the splendor in those costumes are just going to be great. You know, they're coming at you We gonna have, the first dance, the kiss, the wedding tables. I mean, look here, it's gonna be extraordinary. But guess what? We coming up to them choreograph girls in a minute, though.
Coming up right now is the choreograph section, of course, the best right now in the A category. We're coming up right now with the Flower Girls, the Bling section, the Bling You Out, Blind You, put some moves on you, spin and win this morning. The one and only Pulse Genesis will be bringing it to you.
Well, Genesis has the best bellas in Junkanoo, bar none. All right? What we got for you this morning is like something you ain't never see before. Trust me, the colors in the back there be clean as a whistle. You hear me? 2 straight this morning.
What is a wedding without a dance, without a reception? You can't do it without the pulse. That's the heartbeat and that's the drummers. So look out for the engine room. Genesis coming right now. We can take Bay Street by storm. Music on this morning, back in the camp. Walks taking over Bass. Look here, just listen to the melodic sounds of our brass. They will play you straight into some love sweet tunes. Look here, you ain't seen nothing like this before. Genesis this morning, y'all, number 1, all the way.
And of course, Genesis is making its way on to Bay Street. They're almost to Rawson Square. Their theme is, of course, the wedding, a road to forever. So some of the things that they're going to show in their presentation will focus on marriage. As you can see, there is a couple in the banner. They will also talk about the natural beauty of Mother Earth, the Florida fauna, basically the romantic proposal. So they are bringing the wedding, a road to forever, onto Bay. So we're going to throw it down to Bay Street to see how well they execute this theme. Genesis. Genesis's depiction of the wedding, a road to forever. So we saw some flower girls. We saw a wedding on Bay. There was wedding cake. It was so much ingrained in their theme of a wedding, a road to forever. And of course, joining me now is the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, the Honorable Lanisha Roll. And of course, Junkanoo is our #1 cultural expression. Welcome to the broadcast. So tell us, how important is Junkanoo to the country, to the world, to what we see? And welcome to the broadcast again.
Thank you very much. Well, Junkanoo is very important to the Bahamian people. As you can see, it is something that galvanizes the masses. And so really, today I'm proud on this Boxing Day to see how the people have come together, not only to demonstrate our unity, but and our commitment to the culture that as we know it, but how the Bahamians have come from far and wide to support the efforts of those that have come together for months to create these beautiful costumes and the wonderful and synchronized dances and the lovely and pristine music that we hear.
So there's so much to see, but we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Stay tuned for more Boxing Day Junkanoo from downtown Nassau.
Despite the showers of blessings that we've been experiencing intermittently here on Bay Street, the show continues. And of course, the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture has joined us on the broadcast. So Minister, talk to us about the fact that persons are still here despite the rain. And we know we got a good dose of it a few not too long ago. But talk to us about the commitment of the Bahamian people and obviously the groups to this #1 cultural expression, Junkanoo.
Yeah, absolutely. A Merry Christmas to you and to all. Well, certainly this evening or this morning was a demonstration of the Bahamian people's commitment to their culture. And certainly not only their commitment to it, but our love for it. And our love for coming together to unite, to display our talents and skills and to support one another. And so notwithstanding the rain, you would have seen some persons went under shelter for a while, but they did not go anywhere. They were standing fast because they came to celebrate that which demonstrates who we are, and makes a declaration of where we're going, and certainly tells the story of where we came from.
And also you had an opportunity to see a little bit of Genesis, who displayed their wedding story. They brought the wedding to Bay Street.
They actually brought the Bahamian wedding to Bay Street. As you know, in some parts of the world, it is not that elaborate. But here in the Bahamas, we are very elaborate with our weddings. It's a big thing. And so they really executed their theme, to my mind, and not only Genesis, but all of the groups that came past, even the fun groups, the B groups, just strong execution. And we're very, very proud of them. And I love how the groups are coming out one after the other. I think there seems to be a mixture of the Group B, the Group A, and the fun groups. So that persons or the patrons get a mixture of the various groups and divisions that come to Bay Street during the Junkanoo parades.
And obviously I know that Lloyd Allen is standing by with a very special guest. He's been roving, as has been our Kelsey Johnson. So we're going to send it down to Lloyd.
Well, thanks again, Jimmy. Tonight, again, it's a packed house. It's just shortly after 3 p.m. Bahamians are still very much on the streets. Tonight, I have with me the Deputy Prime Minister, the Honorable K. Peter Turnquist, who is enjoying the festivities tonight. Tell us about your experience so far.
I think it's been fantastic. I think the Valley came out hot. The costumes were beautiful. Music, they got to kick it up a notch or two for me. But the Congos came along. Fantastic music for a B group. Genesis just went by. Solid music, solid performance. I think it's going to be a difficult parade to judge tonight, not this morning.
Now, obviously, some people were deterred by coming out here based on the weather. You obviously stuck it out. What advice would you give them?
Well, listen, this has been a total blast so far. Yeah, we had a little bit of showers and some people would have run for cover, but if you look around, they're all back. And this is an exciting parade. And I think the people are looking forward to the Saxons to come, looking forward to family to come. The best is still ahead of us. We have 2 more laps to go for the A groups, another lap to go for the B groups. So there's plenty parade to go. And I would encourage all Bahamians who can come on down and enjoy this cultural expression.
Now, switching gears to a more serious question. Obviously, we've had a rough year this year following Hurricane Dorian. Thousands of Bahamians coming out tonight. We have loads of tourists here as well. How important do you think the national Junkanoo parades are for the economy?
Well, as we know, this is the #1 cultural event in the world, not just in the Bahamas, not just in the region, in the world. And that says a lot. And so, again, this is important not only as it helps to identify who we are, but it also projects us into the world as to the spirit of the Bahamian people. And that's what it's all about. And as you mentioned, Dorian has knocked us down on a knee, but we will rebound from that. And this kind of enthusiasm and excitement reminds us of who we are and the resilient people that we are. And so, I'm very happy, very pleased that we are able to pull this off to the level that it has. I look forward to, obviously, the parade in Freeport, which is coming up and is going to be equally as exciting. And I want to encourage all Nasuvians, all Junkanoo lovers to come on down to Grand Bahama. We need your economic input as well as your support from a moral perspective, morale perspective. And, this is just a fantastic show. And, it says so much about who we are and the spirit, that the indomitable spirit that we talk about, that defines who we are as a people. We are down, but we will get back up, and we will be back on the road to progress and to higher levels that we were before.
Now, DPM Turn Course, I'm sure the entire Bahamas and world is wondering, who are you voting for tonight?
I have my favorites. It's probably not politically correct. Those who know me know. My wife is from the Valley. That's all I can say.
Well, you heard it first. Of course, the DPM apparently is in the Valley camp, but we'll see what happens.
You said that.
So we'll see what happens tonight. But of course, Germany, is a great time. Everyone's still enjoying themselves. It's still a little wet out here, but of course, Bahamians know how to look beyond that and really enjoy this experience. Back to you guys up there.
Oh, thanks, Lloyd. Obviously, the DPM was quick to correct him. He didn't say who he was pulling for. And I know, obviously, I would imagine it's difficult to be not biased with so many talented Bahamians that come out and support Junkanoo. Do you have a favorite, or you just enjoy everyone that comes on to be?
I enjoy everyone, but as you know, some of my childhood years, I grew up on East Street, near Taylor Street, and so used to be Saxons, and then they branched off, and so, that's where I grew up, and so a lot of my family and my ties are there, and I wouldn't say the group, but, but really, certainly I'm just excited, and I'm just very proud of all of the groups thus far, and what we've seen out here tonight is really a strong demonstration of the talent of the Bahamian people. And as I think DPM would have alluded to, coming out of Dorian, to see the Bahamian people come together the way they have tonight, it speaks to the resilience of our people and our commitment to continue growing in spite of, and to continue to develop and to be strong for one another. And so tonight is an encouragement, I believe, to the people of Grand Bahama, the people of Abaco. That culture is still strong. The Bahamian people, we're still strong and here for one another, and certainly we're going to rebound even after Dorian would have hit us the hit that it did.
And obviously one of the things besides the A and B groups, we also have the fun groups, and as we can see in the background, the Paper Boys are in Ruston Square doing that. And I know that each group or each element has a role to play in a parade.
Absolutely, and I always love watching the Paper Boys because they really reflect their name. You just look and see pieces of newspaper on everyone. And again, that's a part of our culture. As you know, we every day we pick up the Guardian and we pick up the Tribune, and we want to see what are the headlines. We want to see what's going on in sports and business and culture, and it's there. And so that there is, but the display from the paper boys is a demonstration again of the Bahamian people and what we do on an everyday basis, and that is get the papers and read. So even though there's social media, we still love our paper, and the paper boys are really demonstrating that, and they have stood with that commitment over the years. So I'm very proud, and I always love to watch them because they really just came to have fun, and they do.
And obviously they still remain authentic to the Junkanoo craft itself with the newspaper.
Absolutely. I'm just fascinated as to how they're able to constantly integrate it in the Junkanoo flavor. But again, Junkanoo is so many things, speaking to our culture, speaking to our history, speaking to our heritage, speaking to our future. And so there's so many things that Junkanoo speaks to, and the paper boys and their demonstration is one of it. Now look, their theme has original patties. Again, that's a part of our culture. I didn't know about you, but back in the days, especially in the 90s, when I was when I was in high school, certainly every day you had to have a patty and a drink.
The patties are usually very good.
Yeah.
And obviously this parade is sold out. 10,000 tickets sold. I mean, that's great news. I know this is typically a popular parade, but how does that make you feel as the Minister of Culture?
Just proud that the Bahamian people are just committed, come what may, notwithstanding, to come out and support the culture, to keep it alive, to keep it going, and to cause it to grow. And so I'm just encouraged by this commitment, and I trust that we're able to even continue to take it to another level, and continue to go beyond the expectations, not only of the Bahamian people, but the world. I believe that they're watching. I believe that greater things can come from us, but unity is the key. And I believe once we are united on what we ought to be doing is what is building our culture, promoting our culture, and advancing our culture, I believe that the world will see a better and a greater Bahamas.
And of course, we mentioned we saw the paper boys moving through, but our very own Kelsey Johnson is getting in the mix, so we're going to throw it down there to Kelsey to see what's happening with them.
Part of Rawson Square, and I am with the best group. They call them the Paper Boys.
Check this, you'll never see. A dog barking at a parked car. You'll never see. They're rocking in the car.
The Paper Boys are in Rawson Square. They got the girls going wild. It's all about the Paper Boys. News, read all about it. The Paper Boys, they are ready. I got Sting coming up, Jimanita. The Paper Boys, they win the parade.
Thanks, Kelsey. You look like you're having... Thanks so much, Kelsey. You look like you're having a really fun time down there with the Paper Boys. Have you ever rushed in a parade, Minister?
Not officially, but when I was probably about 12, I came on with the Saxons, and I rushed just a little.
Just a little. What do you enjoy most about the parades?
For me, really, it's just seeing the people, seeing Bahamian people happy, something that can bring us together. And like I said, I just pray and hope that not only Junkanoo bring us together, but that it keeps us together, and it causes us to grow as a people. And so just seeing the people happy. You know, sometimes we go through so much as a country during the year, and this happens every end of the year and the beginning of a new year. And so it's a significant and sort of crossover time all at one time. And so it sort of talks about what has happened during the year and what we're looking forward to next year. And it's always positive, a positive outlook. And so just the message from it, the spirit that comes along with it, and the impression it leaves on people that, hey, we're still all one family, notwithstanding what happened to us during the year. we're still united, we're still one, and we're still strong. And so leaving that message being left with us every year is what I'm encouraged about in coming here.
And I know that the Junkanoo Corporation of New Providence has been working to ensure that the parade has had a smooth flow. I know initially it was supposed to start at 10. We knew the weather pushed it back to 12, and it did start on time. And they're saying one of the features that we should see this time around due to the electronic tabulations is that we should learn much earlier who wins the parade. I mean, what do you think about the advancements that are being brought to the parades to make it more efficient?
Well, that's fabulous. It is something that we spoke about early on in my tenure as minister to youth sports and culture, and I'm very pleased to see the JCNP has taken that on immediately, and hopefully it'll all work well. I understand that there were trials and everything seemed to go well, and I think that people are going to appreciate that because, other than that, you're going to hear they rob us for, for a whole couple of days, until you get that official result or unofficial results and then official results. So that's a great relief because after people already rush down Bay Street and paste their costume, they want to know whether they got a prize. And so it's good that this process has come to speed that up and to strengthen the integrity of the process. And so I'm very pleased to hear that.
Now, of course, we have another group that's coming on, and youth is important, but we're going to see what this group does on B. And that was, of course, the Conquerors of Christ with their depiction of the book of Daniel. And obviously, one thing I note in that group, Minister, is a number of young persons in that group. I know that you're responsible for youth, and I know from time, one of the things that we see happening in Junkanoo is the fact that we see persons from very young being exposed, and they kind of make their way through the groups, which brings together this sense of continuity in Junkanoo. So talk about the importance of youth being exposed, because there is not only the musical aspect or element to Junkanoo, but the pasting, the design of the costumes. And it's just interesting to see the young person becoming the adult and eventually the leader of some of these fantastic organizations.
Yes, it's very, very important for the senior groups to sort of pass on their knowledge and skill to the younger generation if culture is going to be preserved in the most way. And so it's very important to involve the young people not only at the junior Junkanoo level, but also as a part of the senior parades, so that there is a good and strong transition as they get older. You know that we're going to begin the junior Junkanoo program. It runs for about 4 months, starting from the end of January straight up to April, because we do it in all the various family islands at the best and accommodating time for all of the children. But it's very, very important, if we're going to keep the culture alive, that we ensure that the children understands, appreciates, values, and commits to what it is that we have built and our forefathers have built over the years. And it's simply something out of nothing, for the people to remember that we are one and to remember that we ought to unite on something. And simply this parade is all about uniting to celebrate that we are a people, to celebrate that we have liberty to celebrate, and to celebrate that we're going to continue to have that liberty. And so it's very important for the children to understand this, and by involving them in the process very early in every step of the way in terms of pasting, the dance and everything, it's very important, and it ensures that continuity for the children and for the parade, and ensures that authenticity over the years. So I'm very, very pleased to see that from Conquerors for Christ.
Well, not only Conquerors, but all of the groups, I imagine, execute that same kind of flow. Yeah. But talk to us, is there anything else that you personally or even professionally would like to see change or grow in Junkanoo?
Well, I believe that if we're going to preserve our culture, there has to be an educational part of it and a formal educational part of it. And so I believe that Junkanoo, whether through clubs or as a part of the curriculum, I think it's very important for us to sort of speed that up and understand the importance of it, so that there's a formalized way children learn and even adults learn what Junkanoo is all about, the various aspects and the various categories, what is expected, what is not expected, what is right to do, what is not right to do, what is going to build and help the program. And one of the most important things I like about Junkanoo, it is a team building exercise and strategy. And that is so important in building a nation. It goes beyond just educating people. So you can educate people, but then they can be very individualistic. You educate people through Junkanoo, and you also cause them to be team-oriented and collective in their mindset. And that's very important if we're going to move forward as a people. And so educating our children in a formal way in terms of Junkanoo, our culture and our heritage, to my mind, is very important. I believe it ought to be a part of the curriculum, and I believe that we ought to have Junkanoo clubs, and I believe that there ought to be Junkanoo education for adults as well, so that we all understand and we're all on the same page. Not only the participants of the parade, but patrons, spectators, anyone can learn about it. And of course, that Junkanoo Museum, it is a must.
Okay, so obviously we saw the Paper Boys not too long ago. We've continued with the fun groups, and Sting is making its way to Rawson Square. Another one of those groups that is all about energy, fun. If you want to have a good time, I think they say come to Sting.
Yeah, just exhale.
Right, so tell us about that. I mean, in terms of everyone has a role to play.
Everyone has a role to play, and not only that, but they come from all walks of life, and that's what's important as well. And so you can live in the over-the-hill area, you can live in the suburbs, you can live in a middle class area. It doesn't matter where you come from. You can have a blue collar job, a white collar job. It doesn't matter. You can be a street cleaner. It doesn't matter. We all are one when we come on Bay Street, whether we're sitting in the bleachers or on the parade itself. We are one. And so that's very important. And we are one to have fun, to celebrate, and to remember that we are united for a common cause, and that is to advance the Bahamian people, the Bahamian culture, and to advance the Bahamas.
All right, well, Minister, we're going to send it down to Sting, the fun group that is making its way here to Rawson Square. everything looks like it's having a great time here in Rawson Square. It's been a fun night, a little bit wet, but that has nonetheless not stopped the show. Minister, we want to thank you so much for joining us here on the broadcast. Any parting words?
Thank you very much for having me. Certainly, I'm just pleased to see the Bahamian people come out to participate, to spectate, and to simply support our culture today. And so this is tremendous. It's very important for us. After all, we've been through this year. And so just to see the Bahamian people rise so soon after we've been hit by Dorian is just a wonderful way to sort of end the year and to start the new year. And so I'm certainly pleased, and I'm just encouraged the Bahamian people to let us continue to unite on those things that can help to propel the country forward, our people forward, and keep us together as one. And so I want to say to all, Merry Christmas, and have a Happy New Year, and may we continue to support one another, and may we continue to be that blessing for our country and our people.
Well, thank you so much. That is, of course, the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, the Honorable Lanisha Roll. But don't go anywhere. There is so much more to see. And, of course, I know that you're still waiting on your favorite Junkanoo group to come on. But we have you covered. So just get comfortable. We're going to be back after this quick break. So, of course, joining me live on our broadcast is the Director of Youth, Sports and Culture, Rowena Poitier Sutherland. Welcome to the broadcast, Rowena.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Now, talk to us about what we've seen so far. We've seen, I think, about 2 A groups, 2 B groups, and a number of fun groups. What do you think in terms of the flow of the parade from, I guess, the organization aspect of a JCNP?
Well, I think the flow is decent. I mean, we always wanted to go a little bit faster so we can improve on that, but I think that the JCNP is doing a great job. And for me, a major highlight is always watching the fun groups. They are a true representation of the spirit of Junkanoo. I mean, they just live their best lives. I enjoy watching.
We know Sting is basically clearing Rawson Square, but they seem to have that energy. And
yes.
I know that a number of visitors seem to be making up the numbers in that group as well. But it is a testament to show that anyone can just get involved in Junkanoo. We know that it's costly and expensive and people are in it to win. But there are, of course, those people that are committed to having a fun time. And we see that demonstrated in the fun groups.
Absolutely. That is the spirit of Junkanoo. It comes from our ancestors. It comes from celebration. It comes from embracing life. And so that is what Junkanoo is about. And, of course, you have the aspects of competition, and competition is healthy, but we have to always remember the origins and the reason. And the reason is to connect, to plug in, and to celebrate our beautiful ancestry and who we are as a people.
Now, of course, we told you that our Kelsey Johnson has been roving around. And, of course, at this hour, I know we're pretty much going to get hungry. So we're going to find out if Kelsey found some good treats to eat in her roaming expedition.
If you're wondering where everybody ran off to when the rain came pouring down, it was on Parliament Street South. That's where you can find all the vendors. I am so hungry. I stopped by here to the world famous hot dog stand. It's not even a stand. It's a... Man, listen. There's a whole kitchen they have set up here, and the owners are so ready to serve me. What are some of the items you have on your list here today? What are you serving for all your customers?
We're serving cheese, we have chili dogs, and we have even jalapenos on the hot dogs, potato chips, soda, and water.
So why should I patronize your store and not go to the other stalls?
Well, I wouldn't say just patronize my store. You can get something from me and you can go on to the other one. You can patronize everyone.
It's all about Christmas and Junkanoo. And how was like the business when you saw the rain come down? You had a lot of business?
Yes, The people were passing and stopping and buying something and then leaving.
The rain wasn't stopping the show here at Miss Betty's spot. She has chicken wings, all the good finger foods right here so you could snack on. Miss Betty, if you can just tell me, how was the crowd when the rain came down? Did you have a lot of people show up here?
No, I did not much people showed up when the rain came down, but a few were here still waiting, so we did what we had to do. I still served them, they wait, and then they just move on.
What about the delay? Did persons come by, get something to eat quickly before the parade start?
No, they didn't stop by before the parade started. They just keep on moving on because, like, before the parade started, there wasn't much out here. I guess they heard about the delay and they just take their time in coming.
Do you think the rain is going to affect your business, your profit?
Well, I'll hope not.
Are you going to come back out New Year's?
Of course, that's going to stop no show.
The drums aren't the only things that are heating up. We have some fresh pork on the grills here at the Weekend Grill. Watch me. I'm a chef, mommy. I could cook. I don't need a kitchen. It's hot out here, but I get this. Come on down to the Weekend Grill. If it's raining and you're to Junkanoo, come get your grub on. I am here with Master Chef
Vernon,
the people don't need to really know your name. They need to know how it tastes.
I want them to know it tastes great. It's excellent. It's going to be the freshest pork you get. We also have the fresh corn right there. We have conky kong fritters. We have macaroni. We have salad. We have the grilled chicken right behind you here. There you see it. Nice and ready. All right.
So, Chef.
All the drinks and everything.
So,
is good.
Chef, this is a one-stop shop. I could get my whole meal.
One-stop shop, and when you don't want a meal, you can get your desserts right here. We have Gatorades, we have sodas, we have chips, we have popcorn, we have candy cane. We even have candy toothpaste. That's right.
So I could brush my teeth?
With the candy.
Wow, my mommy never allowed me to eat all that candy.
You don't have to eat it. You'll be brushing your teeth with it, so she won't even know the difference.
So with the rain delay, how has business been?
It's still been going good because we are offering something that nobody else on Bay Street is offering, and that's the fresh corn, and it's been selling. The fresh pork has been selling. We have hot and mild sauce, and if you want, we'll mix you up right now a smooth flavor of savory barbecue sauce that's thick, it's rich, and it's going to be sugary.
So everybody, make your way down here at the Weekend Grill. I got to flip this now. This thing got a little red in it.
There you go.
As a master chef, I'm going to go fry me some conch fritters in a minute. So, if you don't have anything to do on Bay Street, while you wait for the Saxons, the Roots, the Prodigal Sons, and family to come down, I say grab a seat right here at the Weekend Grill. Ain't a weekend, but we could feed you. Come get your grub on right here. I coming back to you. Jiminita, I can toss it to you, and then you can toss it back to me, or I can bring you a plate.
Oh, thanks, Kelsey. I actually had an opportunity to try some of the conch fritters from one of the vendors. I think it may have been that very same vendor, and the food was really, really good. Obviously, you don't want 10,000 tickets sold. You don't want all these people out here and not have an opportunity to grab something hot or cold or whatever their liking is in terms of food and drink offerings. How important is that mix in the parade?
That's, again, a part of the Junkanoo experience, coming out and celebrating our culture. And that's one of the great things that I love about the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture and what we do. We give vendors and artists an opportunity to express themselves. And so we have a number of vendors on Parliament Street, north and south. We have them further up. We have vendors on East Street. And so you can come out and get a variety of food. But it's really important to support all types of art in Junkanoo. And there are so many levels of art in creating the costumes, in producing the show, and also the food, the design, the building. It's an arts extravaganza.
So has it been a smooth flow so far in terms of persons accessing their seating?
It's been okay. It's been okay. We've had some issues, but not many. Other than that, I would say it's fine.
And we see another group making its way onto Bay. Obviously, the fun groups are keeping the energy and entertainment going.
That's the spirit. I love it. I want to get on the road now.
You're gonna jump in.
I think we should start a scrap
I think we should jump in there somewhere. I don't know what we're gonna call our group, but it's always fun. It's always about culture, and I don't think anybody would mind. I don't think they would mind.
I don't think so.
So in terms of the tweaks that we can make to improve the parade, what else would you like to see? We know that the Boxing Day parade is obviously one of the popular ones. It's usually sold out. And I would imagine that we want to increase the numbers to come out to the New Year's Day parade. What do you think that can be done to improve that as well?
Absolutely. There's so much that can be done, and every year I think you see more and more being implemented. Last year we implemented additional security, and this year we've amped that up. I think being strategic in having more skyboxes and more seating options moving forward is definitely something that we can do. Having, colorful signage, and we tried to implement that. Again, you'd see that when you walk past the vendors. We have these big blackboards just to know what's going on, who's where, and just be more organized. And so we've been very intentional about our approach, and we're going to continue doing that.
And obviously, it seems like the parade is just flowing smoothly. I'm happy that Showers of Blessing is taking a break for the moment.
You can't predict the weather. Only so far. Only so far, and then God. So we're thankful that the people still stayed.
Indeed, I was just going to make mention of that. Even though they may have, went away for a few seconds during the downpour, the bleachers are pretty much still filled with patrons.
They're not going anywhere because they came to see their groups. They came to experience Junkanoo. And even the participants. We've had some groups who've unfortunately had some bad side effects from the rain. They had some damage to their costumes, but they're still out and they're rushing no matter what, because again, it's about coming back to that spirit, embracing our culture. And I love being Bahamian. That is being Bahamian to me.
Not only being Bahamian, they want those bragging rights too, because everybody already make up their mind, either we can win.
Yeah.
We ain't thinking about not winning. So that's the plan.
Yeah, and they're coming out, and it's just a great energy here.
It is a great energy here, and obviously I think that's what unites us as a people when it comes to Junkanoo, because you can find your niche in any particular area. If you're really good at dancing, you can do that. Music is great, but there is, of course, so much to see. The parade is moving, but we have you covered, so stay close. We'll be right back after this quick break.
There's more Junkanoo on the way after these messages. Welcome back to the BTC 2019 Boxing Day Junkanoo Parade.
You're watching our live and continuing coverage of the 2019 BTC Junkanoo Parade. And of course, as we've been telling you, people are not going anywhere. They're waiting on their crowd favorite. And I know that Roots is making its way up here to Rawson Square. They're going to bring to us the theme of Dream Vacations, a world of beauty. That seems that it will encompass so many aspects in terms of what we're going to see. Hip-hop in the Bahamas, Destination Africa, and it's going to be interesting. I find that a lot of the groups have had differing but similar themes in a sense. So Roots is it's definitely one of those groups that people are anticipating after they pass. They're actually going to be the Saxons, and I know there's the hype going on now for the crowd that they're waiting to see their favorite as well. But talk to us about the importance of the commitment of the fans to their particular group, because you see some of the persons wearing the paraphernalia, whereas the shirts or the caps. I mean, that in itself is a way that groups get support in a different kind of way from their fans, but also could generate monetary support as well.
Exactly. Well, it's a lot like any other festival and organization around the world, in the sense that we have to build it, and it needs support. You need branding. And so you have to have buy-in to it. And so I think the more that Bahamians get behind the idea that Junkanoo is industry, Junkanoo is a business, and they support their community or they support their group financially as well, I think you'll see Junkanoo shift to a whole new level, and we will then really be able to tap into the industry and the business of Junkanoo, what we've been talking about for so long.
And obviously, we have our online audience that has been tuning in from near and far, whether you're in Inagua or Abaco or Andres, wherever you are. Thank you for tuning in and watching because we know that you love your culture. But obviously, there are persons all over the world that are able to watch, even though they may not have the opportunity to be here on Bay to feel the horns, to feel the drums. They can still take part and cheer on their own.
Their group. You can support from anywhere in the world. And that's why I find this year's themes, you said, we've seen some reoccurring themes. They're bringing the world to the Bahamas. And so you see that kind of across the board. And we, the Bahamas, are bringing Junkanoo to you wherever you are in the world. And so that's kind of beautiful, I think, playing with that idea.
And if you had to sum up Junkanoo, what would it be? What would be your word to sum up Junkanoo, if it was possible?
Oh, I don't know if that's possible. That's a big one. That's a tall one, Jiminita. Okay. Junkanoo, in one word. Life.
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 Why?
For several reasons. I think it revives you, it restores you, it connects you, and these are things that you need for survival. These are things that you need to live. I think there's beauty in it. I think that there's joy. It feeds your soul. It can feed your intellect, your survival, because without your culture, you have no identity. Without your identity, you don't exist. So life.
Life is a great depiction, but I would also say resilience.
Yes.
Because as I was telling the minister earlier, one of the things that we see basically is a feeder system in Junkanoo, because you have so many young persons from small. You see them with their scrapes, their horns, and so these become eventually the leaders maybe of segments and their groups, and it shows a sense of continuity for the culture as well. So that's why I would say resilience.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good one too. I would embrace that one.
But Junkanoo is one of those things that connects us also as a people. Like we've been talking about the fact that each person has their own crowd favorite, whether it's the Valley, whether it's the Saxons, whether it's the Genesis, Warhawks, whoever is your favorite, even Sting. Like some people, just like we were talking about it, we just want to jump in and dance with them, but it offers so much variety and diversity for us as a people and our culture.
And the other thing that I love about Junkanoo that I don't think we talk about enough is the fact that it is one of the largest platforms of storytelling. And so while we're tapping into what has made us us and what has brought us to this point, we're also tapping into the future. We're also tapping into what's next and looking back into the past and telling a story. And it's so important for us never to lose that story.
And that's also a major part of culture, because we also had the oral tradition, but this is just a greater platform, as you mentioned, to share that tradition in terms of the culture.
Yes.
You know, because you have to research these themes. You just can't just throw something together and say, okay, this is what I'm going to bring to Bay Street. So just as the U plan and the JCNP plans, obviously the groups go into their planning phases as well. So a lot is on stake, I think, even especially now, because this is the final parade for 2019, and then New Year's is a new era. 2020 is coming in. So I think it's big for persons who want to have that bragging rights to end the 2019 time.
Yes, and I mean, and from the group that has 5 people to the group that has 1,000 people, you have a basically 6-month process where you're completely immersed in learning your culture, in learning about other cultures, and you're connecting with other Bahamians. And I think that that's such an important thing, and it's such a beautiful thing in our culture.
And obviously you want people to feel safe and secure. You mentioned earlier that security was beefed up. We've seen the Royal Bahamas Police Force move through to ensure a timely and orderly parade. We saw the commissioner making his way or making the rounds earlier. How important is that? We know we have persons here on Bay Street, but also there is the Shirley Street aspect as well. But talk to us about what went into the considerations for security.
Well, absolutely. Junkanoo is really for everyone. So that's from the tiny baby to Grammy or great Grammy. And we want people to come here and to feel safe at any time, whether that's 2 o'clock in the morning or that's 10 o'clock in the evening or midnight. And so in considering that, we've, walked the route several times. We've looked at arteries, and we've been very intentional with the Royal Bahamas Police Force as to where we need to secure even more. And so in considering that, we've hired an additional security firm so that we have more assistance. Especially for our bleacher marshals who are, Bahamian citizens who have an opportunity at Junkanoo to have some work. So we want to give them as much support as we can. But it's very important for everyone to know whether you're coming from abroad, whether you're a Bahamian and living here, whether you're coming from a family island, to know that you're coming to a space and you don't have to worry about someone, wanting to fight you because you stepped on their foot. Or, someone spilling a drink and an incident happens, that you can come and it's an incident-free environment. And so that is of utmost importance to us.
And obviously sponsorship is important as well to getting these parades hosted. We saw, this is obviously dubbed the 2019 BTC parade. We talked to Collect or Commonwealth Brewery earlier, and we know that they've had a theme running, Who Are We?
Yes.
And they depicted the various Junkanoo groups on their products and labeling. So they have had the complete buy-in. So talk about the role of sponsorship in allowing the culture to be continued and explored.
Yes, I'm really encouraged actually by corporations such as Commonwealth Brewery and Collect and seeing the Who Are We theme, and I've had some really interesting conversations with them. I think it's important for businesses in the Bahamas to appreciate that you're in the Bahamas. And without the Bahamian people, without embracing who we are, you can't survive. And so I really appreciate them having that conversation. And I want to encourage corporate Bahamas to partner, to look at the various communities that surround you and to feed them. And in almost every community, you'll find a Junkanoo group. And again, that's the largest and quickest platform to get your story out there, to get your brand out there.
And aside from that, they also order cardboards, additional cardboards, and they have the collectors group that participates as well. So they seem really committed to ensuring that they're not only giving in terms of a tangible way, but they're actually immersed in this Junkanoo product of ours.
Yes, and I mean, of course, we see that in BTC, we see that in Rubis. So more companies are coming on board. So that's really exciting for us.
So how hard is it to remain independent for you in terms of not revealing your favorite Junkanoo group? How hard or difficult is it for you as a director of culture?
It is very difficult because, well, firstly, I'm from Grand Bahama. Hello, Grand Bahamians.
I'm also from Grand Bahama,
okay.
too.
So, my experience is a little different. My relationship is a little different to the New Providence Junkanoo. However, I did grow up in a particular area with a particular family. And so I have a foundation, but I try to love everyone and embrace everyone and keep it to myself. And it can be difficult sometimes when you just want to express yourself. So.
Well, that's very safe, Madam Director. But I know, of course, Lloyd Allen has also been roving for much of the morning. I know he has another group standing by. So, Lloyd, what you got for us?
Hey, Jimmy. Well, it's a great night. I'm enjoying myself. Definitely, it's getting a little early in the morning, but right now I'm joined by Puckish Bahamian, if I got it correctly. This is the guy who stood during the independence and represented the country. So what have you thought about the parade so far tonight?
I think the parade is excellent. I think it's a wonderful turnout. I think the groups have came and shown their stuff. I'm very proud of all of those, smaller groups as well. I think that they are, now really getting that exposure that they need. I think the costumes are on par with the A costumes. I think it's a wonderful, wonderful time.
Now, obviously, we have a lot of tourists out here. I'm sure a lot of people coming in from the family islands as well. Now, the rain did deter us, but I mean, on a night like this, is the rain important?
I don't think the rain is important, and guess what? These groups have shown us that the rain is a non-factor because, the people stayed, nobody ran from the rain, and I think it just caused these performers to perform at their best. So I think the rain was like a rain dance for them, you know?
Say rain dance. So we got a couple more hours to go right now. It's still yet early in the morning. It's about 4:20. So we should be out here until about 12 tomorrow morning, 12 tomorrow day. Are you out for the long haul?
I'm actually working for the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture in charge of the vendors. So I'm ensuring that my vendors got the electricity, got the water, everybody's cool. So I'm here just to please them, to ensure that everything moves smoothly. So I'm here for the long haul. I'm with you.
Well, definitely. And my last question. So we have another group coming up as well. You obviously came out with some folks tonight as well?
Well, basically, no. Well, all of us are in the VIP, yes, but I came just to see some of the parade. You know, I'm a Valley boy, so I had to come out and support my group.
A lot of people now have been talking about. Now, see, I'm not necessarily, well, I can't say who I'm with, but tell me why you support the Valley Boys.
You know something? Valley, my daddy's a Valley boy. Just like how my daddy is a 76er, my daddy's a Dolphin. So from a little boy, I just, we came out and it was always the Valley Boys. Valley in your belly, they say.
Valley in your belly, but what about the Saxons? What happened to them?
We ain't talking about the Saxons. We ain't talking about the Saxons.
All right, and then finally, this year, the promoters have said that they're going to speed up the final process as far as the results. Do you think that's some good news as well?
I think that is a wonderful news. I think the delay in the results is a hindrance to the groups. And also to those that support. So I think a speedy, action when it comes to bringing out results, I think that's the best. I think that's good for the parades, yes.
All right, thanks a lot. That's Puckish Bahamian. And of course, Germinator's still here on Rawson Square. We're waiting for the next group to come up. And I know you guys are definitely having some fun where you're at.
Well, thanks, Lloyd. Definitely the Roots are making their way, getting closer to Rawson Square. Obviously, they're passing Scotiabank right now. As you can see, we saw the crowd having a good time as well. They were doing the waves. It seems like you're trying to keep them engaged as well as they wait in between the groups. It hasn't been actually too bad in terms of the movement of the groups, the larger and the smaller groups. What do you think? We've had a good flow?
It's been a decent flow. I'm not upset with that at all. And in between, like you said, their activities, their trivia, the sponsors are doing giveaways. So it's a good show.
It's fun. Well, we had an opportunity to go into Roots' camp and see how their preparations are going. So we're going to take a look at that before we see what they do on bait.
We are champions. We know we are champions. And 11 months ago, we won almost every category there is. So there's no exception this morning.
We all have guys that might say, don't come, this one finish. These two parades gone. If you ain't rooting in the morning, don't come to Bay Street. You're wasting your time. Just park up and say, just give Roots the trophy and the prize, and let's get what we can get after that.
Dream Vacations, a world of beauty. So we will take you really on a world tour around the world where people go to visit their favorite destinations, including the Bahamas.
We taking you on a journey that a lot of us only dream about. Where we gonna go next year, what you can do, where you can visit. Well, you can start planning your vacation from now, ladies and gentlemen, because this one over, Roots gone.
You will see great costuming, great dance, and of course, pulsating music.
The music you can hear on Bay Street can be so exciting, you ain't gonna have no choice but to dance and stay warm. Roots got a back line of winter costumes to be in the sunny isles of the Bahamas. So be prepared to do a lot of surfing on Bay Street. The music gone.
This is Boxing Day morning. The weather is no problem for us. Nothing will stop us. Rain, no matter what it is, nothing will stop us. When you see us come up the road in just minutes, it will be all over, for sure. You will see a Roots Junkanoo group that is in tip-top shape, bigger than ever, prettier than ever, and on the way to victory.
So, of course, Roots is making its way onto Rawson Square. Their theme, Dream Vacations, a World of Beauty. So we're going to see a lot from Roots. But, of course, we've been speaking with the Director of Culture, Ms. Rowena Poitier Sutherland, for some time now. And thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. We know that culture is our #1 element that we have to preserve. And obviously, Junkanoo is the #1 expression of which we are able to do that. So thank you for joining us on the broadcast. And we are going to turn it over to Roots to see what they do with their Dream Vacations, a World of Beauty, since they're bigger and better, according to their leader.
Photographers, please get up, bend down, or move. The crowd wants to see. juice to the Google. Ladies, as I look into the distance, I can see the lights of the Saxon superstars. We are on the horizon, ladies and gentlemen, and we bring you the fight against cancer. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a B group coming up, and then shortly thereafter,
So Roots is just making its way out of Rawson Square, Desmond, and they executed their theme, Dream Vacations, A World of Beauty. We saw their lead costume depicting theme parks out of Orlando. We also took us to Africa for the destination there. We hopped across over to China where they welcomed Her Majesty. And we saw a lot of choreography. The dancers seem to have the crowd, dancers and the music, seem to have the crowd very much engaged in that performance.
Certainly a spectacular performance by the Roots. Love the colors, and I think they executed their theme quite beautifully. For a minute, I thought I was in Las Vegas. But they had several teams. They brought everything together, and they had the crowd on their feet. I'm telling you, some great performances by some of the major groups, particularly groups in the B category. They're expanding. They're out here, and the crowd is just going wild. It's a great event. We've had some inclement weather earlier, showers of blessing, as you indicated earlier. But I think so far, smooth flow. There's some lull in some places. But everything is tightening up, and it's proving to be a great parade today.
An interesting parade. So even if you're not on Bay, obviously we have you covered wherever you are in the world. Continue watching. We're going to take a quick break as we make way for Saxons to get up here in Rawson Square. Stay with us.
We'll be back with more of the BTC 2019 Boxing Day Junkanoo Parade after these messages. Welcome back to the BTC 2019 Boxing Day Junkanoo Parade.
Welcome back and season's greetings. If you just tuned in, I'm Desmond Saunders, live here, City Center, the site for the 2019 BTC Boxing Day Parade. Excitement is building. Enthusiasm is definitely here. We're going to be intrigued in a few minutes by the Saxon Superstars. They're coming out with a fight against cancer is their theme, but Lloyd Allen is down on the floor. Lloyd.
Well, good night again, Desmond. Good night, Bahamas. Tonight we're here with the Police Commissioner, Anthony Ferguson, who's giving us an update on how things are going as far as security and policing out here at the Boxing Day Parade.
First of all, I want to say seasoned greetings to the Bahamas, and I want to say that things are going pretty quiet tonight. There have been no major incidents throughout New Providence. We are thankful for that. And as you can see, there are a large crowd here in Rawson Square and on Shirley Street along the parade route. And we have a number of police officers around to ensure that security is tight. And we will continue to, straight throughout the morning, as long as the people are here, we will be here to make sure that the parade goes smoothly.
All right, so no incidents tonight, Commissioner. That's some good news, definitely.
Absolutely. We're always happy when we do not have any incidents. People are comfortable and can enjoy themselves when they come out to these cultural events. And that is why the police is here to ensure that there's peace and tranquility during this cultural event.
Any expectations on how the New Year's Day parade will go as far as security?
It's going to be the same thing. We're going to be out in full force and police these events. It is mandated that we police these events, and there'll be no letting up on it. And while we're policing the event, we will also police the communities and the inner cities.
All right, some great news there. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so of course, that's the police commissioner giving us an update on how things are going in the 2019 Boxing Day Junkanoo Parade. Desmond, back to you.
Thanks very much, Lloyd Allen, joining us on the floor. And I think he has the best seat in the house. And it's good to know that the Royal Bahamas Police Force is out here in full force. It's a family-oriented atmosphere, which is pretty good. So if you're home and you're thinking about coming out to this year's Boxing Day Parade, well, come out. Security is in full force, and we're having a great time. Enthusiasm is definitely here in building. Craig Eldon, he's the marketing manager for BTC. Before we get back into the performances, into the hype of the performances this morning, we're going to hear from Body of Christ in just a few minutes and see their performance out here on Bay. Craig, welcome.
Yeah. Thank you.
And how are you doing?
Excellent, excellent.
It's been a long time.
Yeah.
We were once former colleagues.
Teen Spirit alma maters. Yeah.
Back great show.
Yeah.
You're an artist and you're a Junkanoo.
Yes.
Your impression of the performances so far?
I gotta tell you, one of the best things you can do is put me on after what we just saw with the Roots just now. They were excellent. It's not my group, but I gotta tell you, they put on a very, very good performance. I'm pleased with what I saw, and all things considered, we had some Liquid Sunshine.
Oh yeah.
And it was skeptical as to whether or not that was gonna hold us up, but it didn't. And they, regardless of what happened with the weather, they were able to put on a great performance, and they had some huge costumes that I can only imagine took them months and months and months to create. So above and beyond that, the music was excellent. So they did a great job.
And what is so good is that, as you indicated earlier, we had some showers, but it didn't impede the whole parade.
No. Yeah, we pressed on, and here we are right now. It's perfect weather, and we're going straight through. Saxon's going to come up and put on probably an excellent performance as well.
Right.
Again, not my group, but I support what they're doing. And we've been supporting all of the groups.
And I want to talk
for years.
I want to go into that right now, and I want to shift gears because BTC has been playing a significant and integral role towards culture, Junkanoo, and you're doing it again this year. What's the sponsorship role look like?
Yeah, so BTC has always been keen on culture. We've been keen on culture for years, and outside of Junkanoo, right? We began a love affair with Junkanoo a few years ago, and in 2012 we solidified that with a long-term contract, right? A long-term agreement, and we sponsor all of the money that we support with through the JCNP. We've provided funds to all of the A groups, the C groups, through the costumes and choreographers, and it allows them to do what they have to do. It sustains the groups and keeps them going year over year. We've contributed more than $1.5 million to Junkanoo, and that's here in New Providence. It's not just the extent of our financial support here in New Providence, but we've also gone above and beyond that, and our breadth extends into the Family Islands too. So we've supported Eleuthera, we supported Grand Bahama, Love Rush, and Abaco, and we're very hopeful that the Love Rush and Abaco will come back. All things considered, we are currently the title sponsor for Junkanoo here in New Providence, and we're the title sponsor for Junkanoo in Grand Bahama, and we will continue to do that. I think that what we've done has enabled so much creativity, and that creativity is displayed year over year over year over year. And we're very proud and pleased with what we see, and we hope that will continue, and that our support is tangible, and that everyone is able to appreciate what we've been able to do.
Right. And you've got some innovative plans for next year. I understand this partnership will continue for the next year or 2 years, right?
Yeah, so we're taking the partnership into 2021. We have no thoughts of relinquishing the partnership. For what we see, we've developed a relationship with the JCNP, and we expect that relationship will continue much further than the contract in 2021.
Right. And of course, we can't forget the community work that you do throughout the year. There are a few community organizations that you've contributed to, particularly those impacted by Hurricane Dorian and Abaco. Let's talk about that.
So we've put a lot of support into, above and beyond just Abaco. We've put a lot of support into Northern Bahamas, period. Hurricane Dorian was nothing that anybody expected. Absolutely not. And one of the first things that we did was we made sure that our staff in those islands were taken care of. So immediately what we did was we evacuated staff, we supported staff, brought them here to Providence, made sure that they had housing. And after we had an internal check, we were able to go back to those islands. Right now, we have a plan that we're rolling out. We've already rolled it out in Grand Bahama, and we're going to extend that into Abaco, becoming the beginning of the year. And what that's going to do is it gives us an opportunity to make sure that everybody, all of the residents within Northern Bahamas, is taken care of. We've upheld the network. The network is now in good standing in both islands. And so we're going door to door in Grand Bahama, and we're going to begin going door to door within Abaco to make sure that the businesses and the residents are all taken care of, that all the services that they had are restored. And we've also provided a lot of goods in the way of water, food, clothing, and we'll continue to do that.
That's right. Craig Eldon joining me on our broadcast, the marketing manager at BTC, talking about BTC's role in terms of the sponsorship for this year's Boxing Day parade. What we're going to do, we're going to be intrigued by Body of Christ. As all of you are aware, Dorian has impacted all of us this year. It's been an eventful year. And so Body of Christ theme after Dorian, it is still better in the Bahamas. The Crusaders wants to remind the world that we are a resilient people who will arise from the ash heap, and that we're still open for business, and invite all to come on down and enjoy sun, sand, and sea. Here now, the performance of Body of Christ after Dorian. It is still better in the Bahamas. BTC Boxing Day Parade, a spectacular performance by Body of Christ, focusing on Dorian. As you know, Dorian impacted all of our lives, and Dorian cyclones in history.
Absolutely. It came like a thief in the night, and it not only impacted northern Bahamas. I know, obviously, it devastated Grand Bahama and Abaco, that's for sure. But the trickle effect, or the impact that took place afterwards, extends beyond just those islands. Like I was saying to you off air, there are relatives here in Nassau, there are members here in Nassau who are keeping relatives up to 8 and 10 individuals in their home because of what has happened, right? Oftentimes what BTC does during the Christmas time is we tend to have a very huge commercial campaign, you know. We've given away a condominium, a house, an SUV, and those are all great commercial prizes for an individual, one individual to receive. After Dorian, we sat back and we looked at, the public sentiment, the economic climate that was taking place after Dorian, and it was a very sober discussion, and we realized that rather than going that huge commercial route, we had to take a more sober approach as to how we were going to reach out to our customers during this particular period.
Right.
And so one of the things that we came up with was, the Be Santa campaign.
And we're gonna talk about that and BTC's role. Obviously, BTC is playing a significant role in the sponsorship for this year's parade, the 2019 Boxing Day Parade. But I want to switch gears a bit, and we focus on the screen. We've got the Qs.
All right.
One of my favorite groups, actually, when I come on Bay Street. We always talk about the major parade of the major groups. In the A and the B category, we highlight the major groups. But those fringe groups play a part, too.
Yeah,
Some
absolutely.
of them come out, have fun, enjoy themselves. And that's what the Qs are doing here this morning. All colorful, great men. Community building, one life at a time, is a theme. And yes, what we're going to do right now is highlight the Qs. There's a great group of young men who do so much work in the community.
Absolutely.
Sometimes I feel their work goes unnoticed.
Yeah.
But we're highlighting them and giving them their props here this morning.
And they're great givers. I mean, obviously, they've done a lot with Dorian as well, too.
One of those organizations that have helped some of the survivors and some of the victims and played a very, very important role.
Absolutely.
So let's talk a little bit more about BTC's role. You talk about the Be Santa campaign. BTC has been actively involved, as we talked about earlier.
Yeah, so like I said, we took a step back and we decided, we weren't going to go the commercial route. It really just didn't make sense given what happened after Dorian. It just did not make sense for us to do that. So rather than give one huge prize to one individual, we decided that we were going to spread the love across the board, but we were going to be very functional about it. So we made some partnerships leading up to Christmas time. We partnered with Rubis, Super Value BPL here in Nassau, Maxwell's in Abaco, and Cartwright in Grand Bahama. The reason why we did that is because, everybody needs, number one, everybody needs gas for their car. Everybody needs electricity, and everybody needs food, right? And so every time someone came into the store during the Christmas period, whether they signed up or they topped up or they paid some sort of bill, we, on the back end, selected individuals to receive a gift voucher from one of our partners, right? So they either received that $100 gift voucher to BPL to pay their bill, or they received a Rubis voucher for gas. And what that did was it gave us an opportunity to give so much more. And not only that, we tried our very best to kind of create or enhance the spirit of giving during the Christmas season. So everyone that won a prize, we gave them the option of whether or not they kept it themselves or they gave it to somebody that they knew that was in need. And what we found is that there were individuals who decided that they knew that there were people either in northern Bahamas or someone that was here that was transplanted because of the storm, and they decided to give the gift to them instead.
Right.
So it really just it enhanced the spirit of giving during a time where we're known oftentimes for wanting to know what we're going to get. And instead, we turned the narrative on its head and tried to make the discussion about what can we give at this point.
Moving forward, and you talked about earlier, BTC's commitment, $1.5 million over...
So far.
Right, so far. And I'm sure that would probably increase as the years go by.
We're going to sustain and try to continue as best as we can with Junkanoo, not just here, like I mentioned earlier. It's oftentimes we're very Nassau-centric.
Right.
We're going to sustain what we have here in Nassau, but we want to continue the relationship that we have in Grand Bahama, and we're very, very hopeful that, you know, the Love Rush in Abaco is going to pick back up and become stronger than ever so that we can continue to support that. You know, there's so many backstories in Junkanoo. There's so many levels and streams of entrepreneurship.
And I want to zero in on that because we talked about it off camera.
Yeah.
Funding is a very, very crucial part to Junkanoo. Very, very important. How do we improve funding? I know BTC is playing a part and playing its role. How do we, moving forward, how do we support these groups with sufficient funding?
I think, you know, it's not rocket science. I think ultimately it boils down to communication. It boils down to a discussion, sitting at the table and having a conversation collectively. And oftentimes sponsorships may be done in silos, right? But we have a very good relationship with the sponsors that are out here. We work with them throughout the year. So it's no surprise to see Ruba's here. Like I mentioned, they're a partner with us for our Christmas campaign. Commonwealth Brewery and Click, they're a partner with us throughout the year as well. I think it boils down to how can we collectively, right, as a group of private entities, how can we all create a synergy that will provide and enhance the best that we can for what I would consider to be the #1 iconic cultural expression in this country, which is Junkanoo.
Certainly, we're definitely going to have to discuss this more in depth, but it is an issue that I think all of us will have at some point to deal with because it's very, very, very crucial. And it is our culture, you know, #1.
Absolutely.
#1 iconic festival in the world, I believe.
I grew up watching this, man.
I know, right?
Yeah, from a kid, I was out here, you know, and granted, I wasn't sitting in a bleacher or anything like that, standing up against the railing, but, you know, for us that grew up watching this and seeing where it's grown, and I am very hopeful that it's going to continue to evolve. I overheard a couple from the UK the other day that came here. They had not been to Junkanoo for 30 years, and they came back to watch, and I can imagine that what they saw 30 years ago to what they see now is completely different. And I have to believe that part of that is because of what BTC has done to help the organization evolve and grow.
Well, I'm hopeful as well. What we're going to do, we're going to take a break. In just a few minutes, we're going to see and hear from the Saxon Superstars.
All right.
Talking about a very, very serious issue. Joining the fight against cancer is a theme for the Saxon Superstars. In just a few minutes, you're tuned in to live coverage of the 2019 BTC Boxing Day Junkanoo Parade. We're coming back in just a minute. Stay with us.
There's more Junkanoo on the way after these messages. You're watching the BTC 2019 Boxing Day Junkanoo Parade on the ZNS Network.
Welcome back to the 2019 BTC Boxing Day Junkanoo Parade. We're coming live to you from City Center, Rawson Square. I'm excited. I don't know about you. Enthusiasm is definitely in the air. We've had some showers of blessing earlier, but everything is a smooth flow right now, and nobody is moving nowhere. Nobody is moving nowhere. Everybody is actually at the edge of their seat, awaiting the Saxon Superstars. But what we're going to do is send it to Lloyd Allen. He's been providing coverage all morning for this parade. Lloyd, what can you tell me from your vantage point?
Well, Well, good night again, Desmond. Good morning, Bahamas. We're here tonight with some supporters of the next group, that's the Saxons. Tell me your name and tell me why you're so enthusiastic about the Saxons.
Jason Hanna. I have my brother here from Canada and his fiance, and I figured to get a true, authentic experience of what Junkanoo is about, I figured the Saxon is the group to go with. So I waited specifically until the Saxon was coming along so they could see exactly what Junkanoo in the Bahamas is all about.
Specifically for the Saxons, you grew up in Masons as well.
Yes, born and grew in Masons Edition. And as a matter of fact, there's a whole lot of groups out here tonight that came out of the Saxon, and still the Saxon reign.
All right, so some good stuff. So they're up next. And of course, as we continue this conversation, we have some more folks out here. Tell me your name and tell me where you're visiting from.
Shannon Hannah Egodara. I'm visiting from the city of Miami Gardens in Florida.
So tonight, it's been 18 years since you've been in the Bahamas. So it's like an evolution of Junkanoo, many would say. How is it transformed in your opinion?
I think, like I mentioned, I think it's more modernized. I think it has a lot more of a carnival feel. But I think the essence, just being around the people, I could feel the culture. I could feel the warmth. So I'm pretty excited to be here.
And you're also a Saxon supporter.
100% Saxon superstar. Absolutely.
After 18 years?
After 18 years. It will not change.
Wow.
Yes.
Well, some good stuff there. We also have another supporter here. Give me your name and tell me who you're supporting tonight.
Andrew Ferguson, Saxons all the way.
Tell me why. I mean, why are so many people so excited about the Saxons?
See, we're about to start the show. And everybody out here know Saxon is the only way to go. Born and bred from Mason.
The only way to go. All right, we have a Lone Valley person out here tonight. Come a little closer, sir. Give me your name and tell me why you're so supportive of the Valley.
Well, my name is Dwayne Roll, but I was a Valley from a little boy right up to now. Big time Valley. Go Valley, go Valley!
All right. So a mixed crowd definitely out here tonight. Many people picking and selecting their own groups, but feeling the rush as we prepare to see round 2 of this 2019 Boxing Day Junkanoo Parade. Desmond, back to you.
Thank you very much, Lloyd Allen, doing a terrific job tonight, or this morning, providing team coverage. We're going to be joined with Kelsey Johnson later on in our broadcast. But so far, so good. A great event, and the weather, inclement weather, not impeding the event here, the spectacular event, the 2019 BTC Boxing Day Parade. Joining me on the broadcast, Michaela Munnings. She's been enjoying the festival, having a great time. I see you moving a bit.
Yes, up and down.
Junkanoo is in your soul, in your belly.
I love it.
And I know you have your favorite group. We're not going to talk about that.
Let's
but
stay on.
Michaela Munnings, she's one of the marketing reps for Collect.
Yes.
And talk about Collect's role in this effort, in this initiative for this event here this morning.
All right, well, as the Bear of the Bahamas, Kalik is a platinum sponsor of Junkanoo. I think that most persons may not know, but some do, that the name Kalik, the bear, was actually derived from the rhythmic sound of a cowbell during a Junkanoo performance. So I think it was a former member of staff, Dr. Off, who actually came up with the name. And now, having celebrated 31 years later, the brand is still going strong. And everyone knows that we are the Bear of the Bahamas. So being the Bear of the Bahamas and Junkanoo as the greatest cultural festival, what better event than to partner and sponsor a parade such as this?
Now, I've noticed, I've been to a few stores, I've been to some grocery stores, I've been to some outlets, and you guys have been doing some creative, innovative things with Collect Beer.
Yes.
Valley Boys, Roots, marketing on some of the Collect Beers and cans.
Yes.
Talk about that and how the whole initiative came together.
So we came up with the campaign, Who Are We? Because no matter what group you pull for, whether you're Roots, One Family, Prodigal Sons, Colors, essentially Junkanoo is in all of our veins. We are all Junkanooers at heart. So the response, We Are Junkanoo, is just unanimous. We're all a part of Junkanoo. And what we wanted to do is showcase the artistic side of Junkanoo through the costumes, the music, the dance, and educating persons more about this great show on earth, this great culture that we have. And the spirit of Junkanoo, getting persons now more involved. I've seen persons on the parade and just talking to them, and like the young lady said earlier, she hasn't been here for 18 years, but there are persons who haven't come out to Junkanoo in years, and just because of this campaign, they're reignited, they're re-energized, and their passion for Junkanoo has come alive again. So who are we? You know, we've showcased on the cans the 4 major A groups: Roots, Saxons, One Family, and Valley Boys. We have had a tremendous response from the Junkanoo community. Persons have become more engaged, young and old, are being more inclined to support the Bear of the Bahamas, knowing that we are pushing such great culture on the forefront.
That's right. And of course, we want to encourage all of our listeners to drink responsibly.
Drink responsibly, yes.
Collect makes that known all the time.
In all of our advertisements, yes. Because we want to make sure you arrive safe to and from your destination. You know,
Right.
We want to make sure that everything is done in moderation. So we push responsible consumption.
So what's on the drawing board moving forward now?
Wow. There's so much in store.
'Cause you guys have been doing a lot of work in the community. A lot of people don't realize that.
Yes. So we have been just not only showcasing Junkanoo, but now moving forward, we're going to be, supporting business owners and all that, that different stuff. So you can expect to see a lot from Collect in the new year, more products. Definitely, I can't wait for our next campaign around the same time.
Right.
It won't be the cans, but stay tuned. We'll have some amazing stuff for you. So we'll be in the new year. There's so much more to come from Collect. The
All right.
crowd is going wild.
Well,
Junkanoo.
You do well. You're young and energetic.
Yes.
And I believe your future is bright.
Thank you.
So what we're going to do right now, we have a feature report
Okay.
focusing on the Saxon superstars. We're going to go to that report right now.
Behind us, we have the Saxon Superstars, and what we are bringing to Bay Street this morning is the absolute magnificence of cancer, the fight for the cure of cancer. We have never brought this name before. Of course, people say that we are a one-trick pony. We know fish, we know birds, we know Africa. But this morning, we are bringing you a fight for the cure. This is something that's outside of the box for the Saxons, and we are going to give you a magnificent display. We're bringing something different to the boulevard. It's going to be absolutely transforming. It's not just pink. I know that you're thinking, it's just a whole lot of pink that we're going to see, but it's a multitude of colors. It's the imagination at its very best this morning as we fight for the cure. We're bringing you music from all sectors. Of course, we have some secular music and we have some gospel. But if you really want to take Bay Street by storm, you got to bring the gospel music. So it's all right now. I am in my Savior's care. We're bringing things like a magnificent grace, thanksgiving, how greatest thou art. We are bringing gospel to the boulevard. It's something that's never been done before in terms of our cure. This is the cure for the cancer, the Saxons in the fight for the cure. And for our competitors out there, we see your little Lion King, and we see your little Mario games, and we see all of that, and that's really good, and that's fun, and that's fantastic. And we see your tribute to the Bahamas. But the Saxon Superstars this morning, we are bringing you a fight for the cure. This has never happened on Bay Street. Jack Cure again. The Saxons are definitely coming.
Here with a vengeance. I'm expecting a spectacular, great performance by the Saxon Superstars here on Bay Street. I had an opportunity to visit some of the shacks, and I'm amazed at the creativity, the amount of hours, the intricate pieces, the months, the weeks, the hours that some Junkanoos dedicate to their craft. It's just amazing.
It is. We were actually able to showcase and feature on our social media pages all of the major groups in the shack, behind the scenes, getting a deeper look into the art form of Junkanoo, and the response on digital has been amazing.
Well, the judges have their work cut out for them. It's going to be difficult.
I'm not a judge. I am so glad. I am glad.
Right now, I think it's appropriate at this time to welcome all of our viewers on Facebook, social media, those listening to Radio Bahamas, and those joining us live on ZNS Television to this year's Boxing Day Junkanoo Parade. The Saxon Superstars theme, join in the fight against cancer. As you know, cancer is a very serious issue in this country. And so the Saxon Superstars, you'll see colors for cancer ribbons, and they will bring awareness to the different types of cancers that befall our beautiful people. What we're going to do, send it to the floor, and let's hear and see the performance of the Saxon Superstars. Join in the fight against cancer. Saxon Superstars putting on a great performance here on Bay Street. Groston Square, the site of the 2019 BTC Boxing Day Junkanoo Parade. And the Saxon Superstars proving why they're one of the leaders in the game. Putting on a spectacular performance. Join in the fight against cancer. A great theme. I thought they executed it beautifully. I didn't see too many big pieces. There were great pieces, colorful pieces, great music. Michaela Munnings from Collect. She's a marketing representative joining me on the broadcast. Your impressions, what did you think?
Wow. When they played Victory in Jesus, it brought back, it was a bittersweet moment for me because I even got a little teary-eyed. I think it brought back memories of every friend or family member that I have lost to cancer, but also those that have won the fight. So I really think that Saxons is going to play on the emotional appeal this morning of the judges, and it was phenomenal. I don't know if you saw the costume with the different types of food to avoid.
I did, yeah.
I don't know.
And they showcased basically
different types of cancer.
Different types of
so
cancer,
it brought awareness. You know, it was fun. It was, the colors were vibrant. The dancers,
and they had everybody on their feet. So I thought they
we're gonna need new bleachers now.
The judges sure have their work cut out for them.
Execution was definitely, they carried
it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting.
Wow.
So what we're going to do right now, Michaela, she's going to head out for a few minutes, but you've been a great guest and a great co-host so far.
Thank you for having me, and good morning, Bahamas.
Yes, season's greetings.
Okay.
What we're going to do is take a break and be back for more live coverage of the 2019 BTC Boxing Day Parade. Trust me, we're going to continue. It's going to get better. Stay with us.
You think so?
There's more Junkanoo on the way after these messages. Welcome back to more Junkanoo from downtown Nassau.
Welcome back, and season's greetings. Merry Christmas, if I haven't given you that greeting before. But we're back for continuing coverage, live coverage of the 2019 BTC Boxing Day Parade. I'm Desmond Saunders. In just a few minutes, we're going to introduce our guests. Coming up, Colors Entertainment, Kelsey Johnson. She's been providing live team coverage all this morning. Kelsey Johnson has a very special guest. Kelsey, what can you tell me from your vantage point?
About the Colors Junkanoo group, and I mean before they were even placed on the clock this morning, Desmond, Mr. Justilian said movement, it's movement, the rhythm, the vibe, the music. Hey, it's your birthday. What? So this win from you? Now, everybody knows
What's up?
Hey, what's up? Send me a location.
Right here, downtown. Are we here on the road?
So, are you going to be send me a location.
I can be down the road, so right down the road.
Man, you ain't never show me how to do no jump. You hold muscle on and you win. Hey, God, you told me you're the good, so I want to rush with the colors. It's your birthday. It's your birthday. I said, by myself, I did not.
Kelsey Johnson conducting an interview there with Chris Justilian, the leader of Colors Entertainment. One of the groups I look forward to seeing every time I come out here for the Junkanoo Parade, Colors Junkanoo Group. Although they are a B category group, tremendous group that always performs well downtown Bay Street. Wherever they are, they perform. And so we're going to be intrigued by Colors Entertainment in just a few minutes. Joining me on the broadcast this morning, I have the pleasure of being with the Secretary of the Junkanoo Corporation of New Providence, Natasha Lightborn Dillard. She's joining me live on the broadcast. So glad that you can join me.
Yes.
Good morning, and how are you doing?
Good morning, and I'm very well, thank you.
It's great to see you.
Yes.
Yes. How's it been so far?
Well, it's been very exciting so far. Of course, we had a late start, and then that is due to mainly to the weather. And so we started the parade at 12 midnight as opposed to 10 p.m. And so
talk about that decision.
Okay.
How was the decision made?
So normally groups would actually have a mobilization period to get to Bay Street. And actually a week before the parade, we would have a representative from the Met office come in and give us the weather forecast. Then we have a 48-hour window, so we have the Met office come in again to give us a weather forecast, and also 12 hours prior to the parade. And I know this morning at 10, actually on Christmas Day at 10 a.m., we had the final, weather forecast. However, as the weather progressed during the course of the day, at 7:30 on Christmas, evening, we had to reconvene all of the groups to make a decision. Of course, we had a representative from the Met office actually attend that particular meeting, and they had to actually read us the forecast again, and then the groups had to make a decision in terms of whether to postpone the parade, move the start time back a bit, and that decision was made like around, 7:45 on
And
Christmas.
you felt through all processes you made the right decision?
Yes, definitely. And this is why we have the Met office there to actually give us an idea of the forecast, not only at the start of the parade, during the parade, and into the Boxing Day, morning. We have that information, and then we would take it to a vote, and all of the groups get to vote on whether we postpone the parade or whether we push the time back for the start of the parade.
For all that has transpired here this morning, do you see or do you anticipate or expect any groups contesting the scores?
No, we had a little downpour earlier, but that was only one downpour, and so groups were actually able to go ahead and parade. The majority of the groups, the parade had already started when the rain came down, and so once that happens, the groups have to go ahead and continue unless, there's torrential rainfall. Then we have to actually reconvene again, call all of the groups into a meeting, and then indicate, the parade's management team would just indicate, this is the situation that we have here. We have torrential rainfall, and it will actually last for the duration of the parade. And once that is said, then the groups again have to take a vote as to whether they're going to just judge all of the groups that have actually paraded thus far, or whether they're just going to just stop the parade at that point, or whether they're going to continue but just have the A division groups just do one more lap, etc. So it depends on what information.
So far, so good. Do you see any challenges? You were able to pick up any challenges here this morning in terms of the parade management, the flow of the parade?
Well, the flow of the parade was very, very good. We didn't have any large gaps. I didn't see any large gaps. And so
I saw a few. There were a few.
And of course, we have the parade's management team. They would slot in the fun groups in between the gaps, because we have about 20 plus fun groups that we have to actually fit in between each of the A division and D division, B division groups.
Very quickly, we're going to go to Kelsey Johnson in a minute, but I want to find out what's going to be done to improve the parade, the overall running function of the parade. There were a few gaps I noticed, and there's some challenges and some things that I believe the parade management needs to focus on. But very quickly, what needs to happen?
Well, actually, we may look at it as a gap, but the groups have about 70 minutes to actually parade from Frederick Street to East Street. And so once the Grand Marshal puts that group on the clock, so to speak, he would advise the group that they have that amount of time and they are on the clock. The group may decide to, okay, we will, just parade for about a few minutes or 10 minutes, 15 minutes between Frederick Street and I guess Rawson Square. So it's up to the groups really. But they have that 70-minute window in which to parade. And so it may appear to be a gap because the group stays at the beginning of the parade for a very long time as they work out the logistics. So there could be a number of things that can contribute to a gap.
Joining me on the broadcast this morning, Secretary of the Junkanoo Corporation of New Providence, Natasha Lightbourne-Dillett. What we're going to do is send it to Kelsey Johnson. She's in the thick of things. Kelsey, what can you tell me from your vantage point?
Long time. The music is so nice. I mean, that's when we had to come back and do it twice. Justillion, what I want?
More. Stop it.
Hey, the Colors Junkanoo group, they ready to march up Bay Street. People are wondering why Colors never moved to the A group.
Well, you know something? A don't mean better, This is quality here. We have about 130 quality individuals. A groups are 200 plus. B groups are 200 or less, from 50 to 200. And we know every single member. We train them. Just look at them, young people. We ain't got no bunch of drinking and cussing and carrying on bad. All we do is enjoy our culture and have a good time. Look at the little kids in the group in the front of you. You saw them, right? From small, they're learning how to pace. They're learning how to decorate. They're learning how to dance. They're learning how to read music. They're learning how to do Junkanoo. They learn how to appreciate their own culture. That is what Colors all about. It has nothing to do with A category or B category. It's world category.
It seems as though the future of Junkanoo is in great hands.
But with Colors it is. I can't speak for the rest. But we are certainly taking our responsibility as cultural people very, very seriously, because if we don't preserve the art of fringing, if you look at these costumes, they're all fringed and cut down, I see my friend Elon Moxie here. We playing some of his music. We playing Bahamian music because we have to ease up on all the other people's stuff. I don't know nothing about Jamaica and China and all these other places. It's a wonderful place to visit. But when you come to the Bahamas, we need to highlight our own music, our own culture, just being Bahamian. That's what it's all about.
Justillion, you just told me about Mr. Elon Moxie. I gotta bring him in here. Mr. Moxie, just talk about how it feels to hear some of your music being played on Bay Street, Junkanoo style.
It is fantastic, and it's beautiful to see my boy Colors here this morning, and they're doing it, man.
How do you inspire? What inspires you?
It's a thrill that I can't explain. Junkanoo is a thrill. That's why everybody gets that thrill. They got to come to Junkanoo. Once you come to Junkanoo once, that's it. It's all over.
Can we see another hit from you?
It's coming up in the new year.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's all about Colors. It's all about Elon Moxie. And I ain't get no more dance move because Colors.
Yeah, that's the sound. We just get out last night. We just get out last night, but we go on, do it. Hey!
Anyway, Desmond, we gotta toss it back. We having too much fun. It's about Junkanoo Colors.
Hey,
Colors.
Kelsey's definitely having a great time.
Yes.
She's definitely in the groove, and she's feeling the rhythm. And, boy, what else can I say? Kelsey Johnson there with Chris Justillion of Colors Too. One of the important points, a significant point, I believe, made by Chris Justillion. He says that the A group doesn't mean it's better. Being in the A category group doesn't mean, he says A doesn't necessarily mean better. So you have some of these A category groups, membership 200 plus, but it doesn't mean that it's better.
Well, it depends on the group, I guess, and whether they can actually bring that 50 members to the B category, and whether they can manage that and give a good presentation, actually. And so it just boils down to the management of the group. And so if a group can pull off 201 persons and they can effectively manage that group and bring a presentation on Bay Street, then I guess to each his own. So.
Well, I must admit that the size of these groups, that's an issue that needs to be addressed, because you look at some of these groups in the B category, particularly, they're massive.
Yeah.
And they can rival some of the groups in the A category.
Well, actually, yes. And so actually the B division, they cannot go over a certain amount. Otherwise, they will actually get penalties, and then they can be looked at as being, I guess, in the next season, to be considered to be an A division group if they so desire.
We have not really tapped into the economic benefits or explored, for that reason, the economic potential of Junkanoo. As we move forward into 2020, what needs to be done, because Junkanoo is a big, huge industry.
Yes.
We've gotten rave reviews from top international organizations around the world, but we have not tapped into it fully.
No, we have
What needs to happen?
So we first need to, I guess, open a museum, okay, so that we can have all of the tourists that pass through our shores, they can go in and they can view the costumes. I know after the parades, the costumes normally go, I guess, to waste, so to speak. Some persons preserve their costumes, but imagine the top off-the-shoulder costumes, or the top lead costumes, or the, I guess, top step-down costumes. They can be featured in a museum, and then we can actually, I guess, put them in a museum for everybody to see. School children, they can go in and they can see the costumes. They can have a presentation on what it takes to actually build or construct a costume. And so it's so much that we can do to showcase Junkanoo to the world a bit more. And it starts with that museum. I know that we can have shows, Junkanoo shows, because again, we have persons or tourists coming off of the cruise ships, and they can just have an entire Junkanoo review. And these are some of the things that we've discussed actually for several years. We just need to find the funds necessary to execute, I guess, these items or these initiatives, so that we can, I guess, expand on what it is, and we can promote, or how we can promote Junkanoo even more.
As we continue our live coverage of the 2019 BTC Boxing Day Junkanoo Parade, I want to say a big hello to all of our online listeners on Facebook and social media. Huge following, as a matter of fact. Also, those listening on cable Bahamas. We've got some viewers on our television network. Also, Radio Bahamas providing live coverage of this event here. Magnificent event. Always look forward to Boxing Day. Totally sold out, I believe.
Yes, definitely sold out. I know that by 1 o'clock, the ticket office, they had to close down, because they were like, there's nothing else for us to do. Although the parade started at 12 midnight,
right,
they had to close because there weren't any additional tickets or any more tickets left in the system.
And the hotel bookings are strong, so we're doing pretty well. What we're going to do, we have a Junkanoo piece, a feature that we want to play and provide for you at this moment.
Colors, we've always been innovative in bringing Bahamian themes to Bay Street. When we say Bahamian, we don't necessarily mean sun, sand, and sea all the time. This morning, you're going to see the effects or the influence of social media and the World Wide Web on the Bahamas. So those of you who like online shopping, get your credit card out. Those who like to play games online, get your game on. Everything that you could imagine that you could do online, we're bringing www.com. That's what Colors is all about. Bar none, Bahamian music is going to be just right up in there.
That's it.
You know, I don't really care what the theme is. We're celebrating a Bahamian culture, and we should always highlight Bahamian music. But then you want to get some music in there that represent Space Odyssey, for instance. Because, you know, the internet is up there in deep space. But basically, look forward to some solid Bahamian music, because that's what we're going to be bringing. You know, we make no bones about it. We don't need to go to China or Africa or where else we go? India. And all these other places. I think we've exhausted, as a Junkanoo community, we've exhausted a lot of these things. We need to start celebrating what is local, what is Bahamian, because I tell all my friends, when you go to these other countries, they're not celebrating us, you know. They're not playing Bahamian music. They're not eating Bahamian food. They're not wearing and they're not talking like how we talk. So if we don't love ourselves, how can we expect people to love us? So Colors is about Bahamian. Colors is about celebrating. We understand that we are part of the world community, and we do have to exist and coexist with the rest of the world, but we are proud. We are proud to be Bahamians, and we're gonna juke you with some Bahamian things.
Oh yeah, that's it.
That's what it's all about.
Just a few minutes, we're going to go to the floor and highlight Colors Junkanoo Group and their Boxing Day theme. Colors presents, and they highlighting things Bahamian in a rapidly changing world. Colors reminds us that we are not developing in isolation. Our social fabric, customs, local economy, and culture has not been spared by the World Wide Web. So I'm sure they're going to highlight some of the outside influences.
Yes.
And
so we're looking forward to
influences from the north, our neighbors, right?
Yes, yes.
It's going to be an interesting theme, but I always look forward to coming out here, particularly Boxing Day, and look forward to Colors Entertainment.
Yes.
They're one of the groups that stands out.
Yes, definitely, and they've been dominating the B division for many years, and so we have one or two groups that's almost there, but you know, Colors, they've really year after year after year been able to present themes and execute them very well.
So what we're going to do right now is continue our live coverage. Colors Entertainment is on Bay with a show-stopping performance highlighting things Bahamian. Go to the floor. Colors Entertainment highlighting things Bahamian. Your thoughts of Colors performance?
Well, they did a good representation of www.com. And so I saw Google, I saw iTunes, and I saw a lot of the stuff that we would get online, that we would see online. And so, yes, based on the synopsis given, I think Colors was able to represent what the content of their synopsis entailed.
Well, in just a few minutes, we are going to have a performance by one family in just a few minutes. So definitely keep your dials locked in right where you have it. This is a live coverage of the 2019 BTC Boxing Day Junkanoo Parade. We're coming back in just a minute. Stay with us.
You're watching the BTC 2019 Boxing Day Junkanoo Parade on the ZNS Network.
Well, thank you so much for staying with us. Good morning. Hope all is well. Happy Boxing Day. I'm Desmond Saunders coming to you live from Rawson Square, City Center, the site for this year's 2019 BTC Boxing Day Junkanoo Parade. Joining me, Secretary of the Junkanoo Corporation of New Providence, Natasha Lightbourne. Glad to have you with us, and thank you for staying with us, being here this morning.
Pleasure being here.
What we want to do right now is send it to Kelsey Johnson. Kelsey, what can you tell me from your vantage point?
You've seen the Roots. You've seen the Saxons. You've seen the Valley. Look at this shirt and tell me which group is missing on Bay Street. It's the one family. They got the Angry Birds. They got Super Mario speeding down the Junkanoo Boulevard. I mean, Donkey Kong, come in. They are here. The last group to come out the gate is the one family Junkanoo group, and I got Mr. Andrew, the hype man. That's what they call you?
Manifesto. Good morning, world. Junkanoo now start one family present concert on Bay Street. It's nothing better than us. We come here to humiliate, annihilate Junkanoo. Concert that is best. Junkanoo. You hear me?
Junkanoo at its best, they call them the one family, the Warriors, the Warriors. So tell me why you all picked this theme here today.
We are creative. We want to bring something new to the Bahamas. And every time we bring hurricane, snow. Everything we bring is new. We don't want to come in Africa, Indians and other stuff. The Bahamas know that. They bring things to Junkanoo that is better than ever before. We are creative, motivative, and initiative. We are the best ever in the world. Junkanoo starts now. Warriors! 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 Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Oh, Lordy.
The one family Junkanoo group, they say the Warriors come in. It's game time. It's show time. The last 8 group to enter on Frederick Street. They on Junkanoo Boulevard. It's all about the girls, the Warriors. The Warriors. Desmond, let me let you know, the Warriors are coming, marching down Junkanoo Boulevard, and they eating up Bay Street. Warriors gamers to the world. Desmond, I'm going to pull out my Candy Crush, so I'm going to toss it back to you because I want a high score today when one family finished this one. Back to you, Desmond.
The ever colorful Kelsey Johnson providing us short commentary there of this year's Boxing Day Junkanoo Parade. We're going to watch the performance of Colors in just a minute. Not Colors, sorry. We're going to watch the performance of One Family. Video games is a theme, so definitely you want to keep your eyes open for that and ears open to their performance. Joining me on the broadcast is the Secretary of the Junkanoo Corporation of New Providence, Natasha Lightbourne-Dillett. So far, so good.
Yes.
But we've seen some penalties. Do you expect to see a few penalties from what you've seen?
Well, based on the size of some of the groups that actually passed, there's that 70-minute rule for groups to go from Frederick Street all the way to the end of the judging zone on East Street. And those groups are huge, and they cut it really close. And so I guess the timekeepers would be the ones to determine whether they went over that 70-minute line or time frame. And if they did, they'll get a 5-point penalty, which is a lot for an A-division group. Definitely a lot.
Well, it sounds like a Scotch record because every year we go through the same process and we hear the same stories. What needs to be done? You're one of the officials on the parade committee. What needs to be done to make sure we have a smooth parade, tighter operations?
Well, this is why the penalties have been, I guess, introduced. And sometimes if we see that something is being abused, then we would increase the point penalty to act as a deterrent and to help to, I guess, close up these gaps even more and to, I guess, mitigate against anybody, I guess, abusing the system.
How many judges is here?
We have about 30 judges,
Okay.
29, 30 judges. And so they would be able to adequately judge every category that there is to judge in the parades for the A division, the B division, and the D division participants.
Are we seeing this year an improvement in the judging system? That's the judging system of the parade has been forefront, as you're aware, fully aware. And the effective judging of the parade has always been an issue. So have you seen some improvement in that area?
Well, yes, it starts from the judges course. I know that we've revamped our judges course, and so we've had judges come in. We went through a code of conduct with them to tell them, or instill in them what is allowed, what's not allowed on the Junkanoo Parade. We've gone through costuming with them. We've gone through music with them. We've gone through a number of, disciplines with them. To better equip them to come out here and judge. We've introduced a tablet, or electronic scoring,
right,
and
that's
that
another
is something,
point.
and we're excited about that.
Do you
And
think
scores
has
coming in.
it made the parade better? Because with the tablet system now, it's supposed to make the parade more efficient, more effective.
Correct. And so what we're hoping for, and what we've actually seen so far, is that if the scores are going to be sent in electronically, then we don't have to wait long hours to get the results, because we should be able to get the results for each group after each group has passed and the judges lock in their scores. We should be able to see, as spectators, we should be able to see those scores. And so hopefully next year, what we're doing, because it's our first year where we're actually going live with the tablets, next year we want to be able to display those scores on the board for everybody to see. We want to be able to be innovative by having persons or spectators download a link or access a link to look at those scores as these groups pass. And so that actually tightens up any room for any, anything untowards going on with the parade. So we want to mitigate against that occurring.
And Junkanoo has evolved.
Yes.
And as you pointed out, technology is playing a key role in the evolution.
Yes, and so we're excited about that, and we're actually looking, for ways to be transparent. We want to be that scoring to be transparent, and this is why we actually want the scoring, the spectators to actually see the scoring as they go about, so that everybody can see. A group may look good, but if they get any penalties, that can throw their scores off and throw their placement back a bit.
Now, the music makers have been noticeably absent this morning.
Yes. So
you want to explain?
So normally we would have 7, 8 division groups that registered this year. However, the music makers, we got a note from them indicating that they will not be able to make it on the parade. We know that they received, got a major sponsor sometime in October, November, but that's really too late to get an injection of funds in order to, present a program that can compete. And Music Makers is a group that is accustomed to competing. That group has heart. That group actually was a pioneer in a lot of what we see in Junkanoo today. Brass, that came from Music Makers. And so also the, increasing of the tempo of the Junkanoo beat, choreographed girls. So that group has been around for quite a long time, and is very innovative in bringing different things to Junkanoo to make it what it is today.
In just a few minutes, we're going to see and feel the performance of One Family. They're coming out with Video Game Madness. But before that performance, before we take you to that performance here on Bay Street, let's feature One Family in this television piece right now.
Well, this morning, it's Game Madness with One Family. All of the video games that you played throughout, growing up, all of your favorite games from Super Mario to Street Fighter to Donkey Kong that you can see right in back of me. We are absolutely going to give you the ultimate gamers experience on Bay Street. This is going to be Ready Player One to the max. Every game you could think about that you've played, you're going to relive those moments, and it's going to be from the classics to the new games. That's the experience on Bay Street this morning, so get ready for it. Bring your quarter. I hope you have quarters. You got quarters? Because you're going to need quarters to play these games. It's going to be game overload. Bay Street, ultimate game madness from One Family this morning. Well, the music this morning is going to be a collaboration of all of those game themes that you know very well, along with really popular songs. So it's going to be just absolutely mind-blowing. Bass music, gone. You don't got to worry about it. Gone this morning. Gone.
Short feature there on One Family. They're getting ready to take Bay Street by storm.
Yes.
I'm excited about One Family. I'm excited about all the groups, but I love One Family. Their theme, video game madness. You heard Anthony Coakley, former colleague, worked with him, one of the leaders, talking about the coins, and they're going to come alive down here at Bay Street City Center, the site for this year's 2019 BTC Junkanoo, Boxing Day Junkanoo Parade. So we're going to have some female characters in some video games. We're going to see Scrapper, the brass section will electrify Bay Street as Raiden, the Lord of Lighting. Bella's depicting Smash Brothers arcade legends. Drummers represent Mega Man. So it's going to be an intriguing theme performance, and we look forward to it. What are your thoughts?
Well, there's going to be a lot of, what I've seen so far is a lot of cosplay. And so we have a lot of the, I guess, free dancers dressed in the cosplay costume of, I guess, various video games, etc. And so looking forward to that. So it looks as though they're actually going to be able to nail this one in terms of what they've indicated in their theme or what they've depicted in their theme. We should expect to see that on the ground.
Pac-Man was one of my favorites growing up as a kid.
Yeah, I like
So
Tetris. I like Tetris.
Well, we all have our characters, right? We all have our favorite characters.
Yes.
But they're eventually going to come to life here on Bay Street. I was expecting to see more themes related to Dorian. I don't know if you feel the same way.
Well, for this theme, for the video games?
I mean, for most of the groups. I was expecting to see more themes related to Dorian and our recovery and resilience. I don't know. That's just a side note.
Right.
But I don't know if you share the same sentiment.
Well, I know that some of the D division groups, I think one or two of them, they actually captured that theme. And it was interesting to see what their pieces were, or what they depicted on their costume to cover Dorian and what it did to, I guess, the Northern Bahamas. And so, yes, we do have those D division representing what occurred a few months ago in the form of Dorian.
Well, apart from that, I had a conversation. I had an opportunity to speak to one of the Junkanoo leaders. Funding. It remains a big issue.
Yes,
Moving forward, as Junkanoo continues its evolution, how do we deal with that issue of funding? I know the corporate Bahamas has always been very supportive of our art form, but how do we deal with this issue of funding for those groups and those individuals who want to participate and become involved and active in our cultural expression? How do we go about that? How do we deal with this?
Well, we can't, I guess, thank our corporate sponsors enough. Of course, we have BTC, our title sponsor, and Click, and also Rubis. We can't thank them enough. But what we can do is more to help the groups that don't have sponsorship is to go out and find more corporate or encourage corporate Bahamas, more companies to actually take a chance and go ahead and sponsor a group. It's very good marketing because once a group gets a sponsorship, then the group has to somehow display the company's products, etc. And they'll be given, back to the community. They'd be assisting culture tremendously. There are a whole lot of things I mentioned earlier. The museum that can definitely help all of the groups that are part of the Junkanoo Corporation of Providence Limited. And so those are just some of the things. We have persons out there who can make Junkanoo dolls, who can make drums. All those things can be featured in the museum. And we can have those like a pro shop, a Junkanoo pro shop, if you will, where persons from various Junkanoo groups get a chance to come in and they can just sell their wares. So that's another type of funding that we're hoping once we get the museum up and running, that we can actually encourage.
Of course, Junkanoo remains an untapped multi-billion-dollar industry that we have not fully explored. And I believe it's something that we really need to look into.
Yes, we do. We've been talking about it for far too long. It's time for action. It's time for us to really get that museum. Time to get persons in there to just, I guess, start making monies for themselves, for their groups, for their families.
For those of us who are not aware, I think it's appropriate that we could, before we head to the performance down on the floor with one family, to talk about the role of the JCNP. A lot of people are not aware of the role, significant role you play towards Junkanoo. So let's talk about that for a few minutes.
Well, the Junkanoo Corporation, the Providence Limited, was actually formed as a corporation, and it was formed by the Junkanoos, actually. And so Junkanoo groups got together and formed a corporation to administer all aspects of the parade, okay? We have several committees. We have a parades committee. We have a rules committee that go ahead and produce a rules committee booklet every year. And we have a business committee. We have a legal committee, outreach committee. And so we have several committees within the JCNP to assist in actually getting what we see happening on the parades and how it all comes together. Those committees have that responsibility of ensuring that whatever mistakes we made previous years or the previous year, we fix those and then we just have a better presentation.
We're at that halfway point, if I can say that, for this year's 2019 Boxing Day Parade. Parade started at 12 o'clock. There were a few bumps. We had some showers of blessing and clement weather, but it did not impede or stop the parade. And so far, so good, a smooth flow. We're getting ready now to see the performance and hear the performance of one family talking about video games. I'm just so impressed with the talent demonstrated here on Bay Street. Actually here downtown this morning.
It's very awesome because to actually construct a lead costume is very costly, and we have engineers that don't even have that degree, that college degree, but they can actually sit next to somebody that has an engineering degree and they can rival, they can just go head to head with them. That's awesome, that's phenomenal. We are talented as a people, and that has been, I guess, played out when we look at these massive costumes that can go down, I guess, the road and not fall apart. And so that speaks to, I guess, the sturdiness or the soundness of the engineer that actually put it together.
Right.
And so they're very talented.
This is just my view, and you may say that I have a biased judgment or opinion, but I believe the prize money should be increased for winners.
Okay, so we had an increase last year where we had, I guess, the Prime Minister and we had the government match the prize money that was being paid by the Junkanoo Corporation Providence Limited. So we can say that that is an increase of sort. Of course, we can, most certainly would not say no to another increase because that would help motivate the groups even more.
All right, we're getting set to hear from one family and to see the performance live down here, Bay Street. And we're going to see a video arcade, popular games like Candy Crush, Donkey Kong, Pac-Man, my favorite growing up as a kid. All of the games are going to come to life.
Yes, and the music to go along with them.
Exactly. So I think everybody's ready for one family. Video games madness. Get your game on. Performance live on the 2019 BTC Boxing Day Junkanoo Parade. have it. One family, video games, madness. Get your game on. What do you think of the performance?
Well, I thought the performance was awesome. When we look at, again, the theme, and I thought that this group executed the theme that they actually presented. I saw Donkey Kong, Super Mario, and the girls were the cosplay of, I guess, the fight scene, the Street Fighter. So we were able to see the fight scene. So I really, that was something that was different. We saw Angry Birds, we saw Double Dragon. So it really was a good presentation, I thought.
Yeah, what can I say? It's going to be very tight. It's going to be amazing to see what happens. The judges have their work cut out for them.
They do, definitely they do.
Yes.
But true to form, one family, they always have interesting themes, and they're able to execute their themes. And so I always look forward to seeing their performance and just to see what it is they're going to bring and what spin they're going to put on their, I guess, theme.
Right. So what we have now, in just a few minutes, we're going to have the Prodigal Sons.
Yes.
They will be performing, so I look forward to the Prodigal Sons. And they should have a show-stopping performance as well.
Yes.
And overall, so far, it's been a great parade.
I thought so. It has been. So we have all of the groups with the exception of the music makers in the A division. And then we have, I guess, the top 5 B division groups. We've been able to see them actually parade and present their, I guess, what's in their synopsis. And so I think that's a pretty good parade. I know that we have about 13 B division groups, and so some of them started on Shirley Street, and they have not actually started parading on Bay Street as yet, but we look forward to seeing, I guess, them a little later. But overall, I thought it was a good parade. Yes, we had, I guess, rain, a short, let's cry, or rainfall, but that didn't dampen the spirits of the Junkanooers. They still had heart. They still went out there, although some of the costumes, you saw the crepe paper running a bit. They were still able, to come out and execute what their theme depicted.
Now, 2020 right around the corner.
Yes.
And a lot of things are going to be happening. The parade does not just stop here in Nassau. No. There are a number of parades happening in the Family Islands. The organization of it, how is it going? Is everything on schedule?
Well, all of the other actually parades in the Family Island does not really fall under the Junkanoo Corporation. It falls under the National Junkanoo, the NJC committee. And so they have carriage.
Entities.
Yes, and they have carriage of those parades in the various islands in the Bahamas. So the Junkanoo Corporation, New Providence Corporation, only has carriage of the New Providence Parade.
Right.
And so, but definitely we're looking forward to the New Year's Day Parade, and that's, I guess, a few days away, about a week away. I know we would like to encourage persons to come on and purchase their tickets. We're going to be raffling a vehicle and also several television sets.
Wow, that's interesting.
We're excited.
That's
we're pretty
new.
excited. Yeah, it is new, and we're pretty excited about it. And could you imagine somebody walking to Bay Street to watch the parade and then driving away with a car?
Wow.
That's awesome.
Is this to entice people to purchase the tickets? Because New Year's, as all of us are aware, kind of a slow read.
Yeah, so we did that. We thought that we would introduce that element in order to boost sales for the New Year's Day parades, because, we don't have that many persons come out to that parade, but hopefully we can actually attract them to the parades.
That's right. And so in just a few minutes, we're going to see the performance and hear the vibes of Prodigal Sons, and they're standing in queue, and I can't wait for the Prodigal Sons. An excellent group as well.
Yes.
You can't forget the Prodigal Sons.
Yes. So they have a good presentation as well whenever they come to Bay Street, and so based on their theme and their synopsis, they're able to, I guess, go ahead and give a good presentation.
Yes, and so Prodigal Sons is next on queue, and we are actually almost complete with the first lap of this year's 2019 BTC Boxing Day Parade.
Yes.
So far, so good. Like you said, there have been a few bumps And as expected, with
Yes.
any parade, and a
Yes.
lot of people don't realize the work involved in putting off an event of this magnitude.
Exactly. All throughout the year, like my year doesn't end. It's a continuous cycle because we have different things that we address all throughout the year. And of course, we have our parades management team. We have they do an awesome job to keep the parades flowing and keep all of the judges and the judges supervisors, the task force, the marshal team, and, doing what it is that they're supposed to be doing in order to promote smooth flowing parade. So we are thankful to them for that, and we put all of our trust, we train them, we put all of our trust that they will actually execute on the day of the parade.
At this time, I want to give a special shout out to our social media partners, those tuning in. We have a massive following on social media, those tuning in from the United States, Africa, as far as Tokyo.
Yes.
So a huge following. You know, Junkanoo
to the
is
world.
worldwide.
Yes, Junkanoo to the world. And we're excited
Junkanoo to the world. And thank you for tuning in and staying with us right here, even on the ZNS Television and Radio Network. What we're going to do is take a break and continue our live coverage of this year's 2019 BTC Boxing Day Junkanoo Parade. We're coming back in a minute. Stay with us.
Stay tuned for more Boxing Day Junkanoo from downtown Nassau. Welcome back to the BTC 2019 Boxing Day Junkanoo Parade.
Welcome back. Welcome back. If you're just getting up, just getting started, just getting your day started, welcome back to the 2019 BTC Boxing Day Junkanoo Parade. I'm Desmond Saunders. Jimmy the Screen is going to be joining us in just a few minutes, providing live coverage of this year's Boxing Day Junkanoo Parade. Kelsey Johnson on the floor and Lloyd Allen. We're going to be connecting with them in just a few minutes. Joining me on our broadcast, Waylon McCarty. He's the senior brand manager for Kalik, and Kalik has been a partner for Junkanoo and our cultural expression for a number of years. Good morning. And what do you think so far? How's everything going?
Well, firstly, good morning. This has been a spectacular parade. I've enjoyed my time of year. It has been a long couple of hours for us, but it's definitely been rewarding to be a part of the largest cultural expression of what it means to be Bahamian.
I've seen the ads, I've seen the advertisements, the paraphernalia, all of that great stuff, the brand, statements. But talk about Kalik's role in this whole cultural expression, Junkanoo.
Well, Kalik is the cultural catalyst for the country. Separate and apart from it being the bear of the Bahamas, and some persons actually coined it the national bear. But Kalik is committed to ensuring that all Bahamians are connected with every cultural event or every cultural affair within this country. So the brand is committed not only to Junkanoo, which is our largest cultural expression, as I mentioned a few seconds ago, but we're also committed to the regattas, to the homecomings. These things that allow the world to actually see what Bahamians are all about. You know, so the brand is deeply woven within the fiber of our culture, especially with roots and heritage as well.
All right. We're going to talk about Kalik's role in Junkanoo. But what we're going to do, we have a special report now focusing on Redland Soldiers, one of the groups participating in this year's Junkanoo Parade, and we want to take that report in so you can enjoy it right here, right now.
But you know, with this Boxing Day, we have an exciting team. We want to ask the question. We want to know what school you end up being to. And, you know, that's a Bahamian dialect slang, you know, what we want to put in. Because, you know, people have been around the world and and everything already, you can think about already being on Bay Street, but we won't know what school you've been to in Nassau. So, we want all the Bahamians to come out and be able to watch and see the school they went to. Come and see Aaron Bailey Bases, the Governor Magic, the SAC Big Red Machine. You name the schools and they're going to be there. So come and cheer the school that you went to, but cause you to be the person that you are. Come and cheer on your school and watch the Redland Soldiers put on the most extraordinary performance the B category I've ever seen. Regardless who have been winning X, Y, and Z. But this one is going to be something you're going to remember for a long, long time. So, just get ready and come see for yourself. Our music is going to the pick. We believe the children are the future because we're dealing with the children and from children grow adults. So, we have a few other exciting songs, but that's going to be one of our theme songs, to execute our theme, etc. like that. Yeah, fill the bill. Redland Soldiers, watch out for us. Plenty problems.
And so I do applaud them for the investment in the community, especially when you look at the youth. I use this expression that Junkanoo is the first form of urban renewal that we've had within the country. It's actually helped to curb the behaviors of some young men and young women who were trotting down the wrong path and actually place them on a path where they're now blazing a new way of life and contributing to the success of our country.
Yes, and in just a few minutes, we're going to hear from the prodigal sons. We're almost at the end.
Yes.
So far, so good.
It's been a wonderful parade.
I've enjoyed the performances. I've enjoyed the colors. The judges have their work cut out for them this morning.
They do.
Yeah.
I'm happy it's them and not me.
That's pretty good. So Prodigal Sons is in queue in just a few minutes. They're going to be presenting a magnificent journey through Fairyland. I like the themes this year.
Yep. It shows the creativity and the innovation. And I think what has also sparked that you have to bring your A game now. It's no longer business as usual, but there's a great sense of innovation in the Junkanoo community now.
Now, for those listening, you're not only the senior brand manager at Kalik, you're also a Junkanoo.
Yes, taking part with the Kalikas, the world-famous Kalikas.
Oh, okay.
So I'm also a part of that group as well.
How's that group going? Talk about the purpose, objective, and what you guys do.
Well, this is just another vehicle for us to showcase our commitment to the Junkanoo community. And it's a fun group where we allow Bahamians to come in and participate. There's no fee, there's no charge. but it's allowing us to really showcase our ownership of this expression. And so we come out here on Bay, we celebrate with the Junkanoo community, we celebrate with the participants, we celebrate with the fans, and it's all about us having fun, and at the same time we also give back.
What needs to be done to expand our festival? You're a Junkanooer. You've seen the performances here today. There have been a whole lot of discussions about expanding Junkanoo, tapping into its economic potential.
Well, I think for me, there are several factors. One, I think we need to make certain that the youth within our country are always a part of this creative art. I think the second would be the commitment of our government to make certain that what we own and that is ours and that no other country can exclaim. This global phenomenon known as Junkanoo, there must be a commitment by all parties.
That's right. Waylon McCarty, Senior Brand Manager for Click, joining me on the broadcast. And this discussion about the economic impact of Junkanoo is going to go on for years and years.
Yes.
Because it's very vital, it's very important.
It is. But as I mentioned earlier, even separate and apart from the economic benefits, there's also the impact that it has on society, where it's actually taking young men and young women and leading them on a path of operating as what should be done to contribute back to our country.
Okay. Now, you've been here from 12 o'clock, and you've seen the parade, you've seen the operations. What have you gathered so far? What have been your observations?
Well, I want to commend the JCNP. This has been their first term and their first parade. As was mentioned earlier, it's not been one shy of hiccups, but they've done a spectacular job to make certain that we see a smooth flow. If you look and to actually say, well, hey, we actually had every seat sold out, that speaks to the success of this year's parade.
The hotel bookings are pretty strong.
Yes. So you saw a good mix of visitors. You saw a strong representation of locals. But at the same time, the JCNP must be commended. A job well done. I'm also impressed with the creativity of the groups. Everybody brought their A game. I have my favorite group that I support, which I will not disclose. But
I think I know your favorite group.
No.
Yeah, well, we're not going to talk about it.
No, please don't. But it's definitely been a spectacular parade for me, and I'm excited and looking forward to New Year's.
Well, spectacular is an understatement for Lloyd. He's had a great time. His first major Junkanoo broadcast. Lloyd Allen, what can you tell us? You're in the thick of things. What can you tell us from your vantage point?
So good morning again, guys. Good morning, Bahamas. Well, it's 8:30. Most of the major groups have already passed. Many persons are starting to leave the event, but there's still a large crowd out here. And earlier we talked about the international audience. I have two persons here with me visiting all the way across the pond from England. Tell me your names and tell me where you're from.
Hi, my name's Derek, and I'm from the north of England.
My name is Fania, and I'm actually from South America.
Wow, so far. So you've been here before. Tell me about your experience. You know, it's interesting to always hear visitors' experience about Junkanoo. What are your thoughts about it?
Well, it's the first time we were here last year at this time, but we didn't see this because we left before. So this time we decided to stay and see how it's like.
Yes. So, yeah, it's a great experience. Lovely feeling. Everybody seems very happy here. It's been not a quiet night, shall we say.
Yeah, well, Junkanoo is one of those events, you know, for us, it's almost like a 12-hour experience. I was here from about 8 o'clock last night, and I'm still here just, you know, not just shooting the breeze, waiting for some more groups to come out. What have you seen since you've been here? Talk to me about some of the groups.
We saw the groups just now that just went through with the playing the oil drums and making a lot of noise. And we've seen a lot of the people who've been up all night lying on the ground looking very tired indeed. Yes.
Is there anything in England like this?
Yes. Yeah. Every year there's the carnival in London, and very similar, I would say, but very African influenced. So yes, we do have something like that.
So for many of our international audience who are watching from around the world, what advice or what encouragement would you give them to actually come out here, visit the Bahamas to experience this Junkanoo Parade?
Well, I'd say, first of all, the weather,
right,
which is always better than we have in the UK and a bit more guaranteed. And secondly, wonderful atmosphere and friendly people.
And for you, you're from South America. So, of course, I know there's a lot of cultural activities going on down there. But what do you think is so distinctly different here in the Bahamas from what's going on in South America?
What do you mean about the festival?
Yes.
Well, the same. I mean, there are different carnivals, like in Brazil and Colombia and other places, that just at different times of the year. But they are all very similar.
Very similar.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow. So I'm sure a lot of Bahamians are going to be glad to hear that we're so close to our roots, coming from Africa as well. And so it's just the last few hours. Any expectations as you are now prepared to culminate this event?
No more expectations, just to see what else comes along.
That's all. Enjoy it.
Enjoy. Now, I know a big part of this event as well is really enjoying the food as well. Tell me about the food that you've had since you've been here.
Well, when I come, I have conch, and conch.
And I like particularly rice and beans and platen. Yeah.
Plantain.
Plantain. I'll get the right. Always something completely different to what I can get at home. So yeah, really great food though.
All right, so some good stuff. Well, again, thank you so much for visiting our country. And of course, like me, I hope you guys are looking forward to the end of this parade. Desmond, back to you.
Thank you very much, Lloyd Allen, joining us on our broadcast. The tourist, she said, she liked conch, and conch. kind of interesting to hear that coming from a visitor, but most likely, and we heard it, she likes the Bahamas, and she has a taste of Junkanoo already.
Yes. And what goes well with conch is Kalik.
Yes.
And what goes well with Junkanoo is Kalik.
Right. And so the global impact of Junkanoo is far-reaching, as we've indicated before. What is so interesting, there was a report, or a study that was conducted by the U.S. World Report, and it showed that Junkanoo was rated as a top festival in the Caribbean. So we don't really understand, I don't think we've tapped into the impact of Junkanoo, of our Mecca cultural expression.
I fully agree with you. And again, I would reiterate, it takes all hands on deck. It takes sponsors like Kalik continuously being committed to the advancement of this amazing expression. You could go around the world, and the gentleman who just was featured, he made reference to Carnival. But while there are some similarities between the two, there's nothing like this.
Yes.
Where you actually see the talent of Bahamians displayed, from the development of the costumes to even the displaying of their musical talents. This is world-class talent on display. And so I think it's time, the same emphasis that we would inject into Carnival, it needs to be invested, or even doubled, if I may say, within Junkanoo.
I've asked several guests on our live broadcast this morning. I'm going to ask you, what do we do to take it to the next level?
For me personally, it requires commitment. It requires persons putting aside their, to me, personal agendas and just saying, hey, this is for the betterment of our country. Let's make it happen. Let's showcase this, our country to the world, as we would see their visitors who are here now solely because of this cultural expression. And so it has a multiplier effect upon our country, as we would share, who we are as a people to the world. Then we see visitors coming in, so there are economic benefits. And so that's what I personally think it needs to be done.
Right. And, of course, we have 2 big ships in port.
Yep.
A number of them are coming off the ship, as we can see. And a lot of them are actually here watching the Junkanoo. So, as you said, it has some very tangible economic benefits.
Yes.
And reiterate again the global impact of Junkanoo.
Yes.
Far-reaching.
Yes, it is. Far-reaching.
It's there. So in just a few minutes, we're going to hear from Prodigal Sons, a magnificent journey through fairyland I love all these themes.
Yeah. Creativity at its best.
Definitely creativity at its best. So most of us think of fairies as tiny creatures. And so they're going to give us a magic wand. We're going to see magic. We're going to see fairies. Many explanations have been given for belief in fairies. Some say they are like ghosts, spirits of the dead, hell, or not good enough for heaven. But it's going to be interesting to see how the Prodigal Sons executes the theme of a magnificent journey through fairyland. And one thing I like about the Prodigal Sons, tight-knitted, well-oiled organization that performs as with Red Line Soldiers, very dedicated to their community.
Yes. And so, again, they also provide a world-class performance. And I'm very proud of the Prodigal Sons.
That's right. So in just a few minutes, we're going to hear from the Prodigal Sons performing here downtown Bay Street. And so in just a few minutes, we're going to see what happens there. But we've been providing live coverage, live team coverage since 12 o'clock.
Yes.
We actually were supposed to start at 10.
Yes.
But we started at 12. The weather, we've had some showers of blessings.
Yep.
Inclement weather did not impede the event and progress of the event, which is good. The JCNP, as you said, needs to be commended because although there were a few challenges, there was a lull in the parade.
Yep.
And I pointed out some challenges to one of the officials of the JCNP. Tight-knitted, well-oiled, and everything came together. The Royal Bahamas Police Force have been here, full support of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, and we've had a number of partners, like yourself, Kalik. Now, Kalik, I want you to talk about well, you can talk a little bit about the commitment, but you guys got some creative things and plans for 2020. I want you to talk a little bit about that. Well, you spoke about it off camera, and I want our listeners to hear about some of those plans.
Well, some of them are confidential, and I can't exclaim those at this time. And I use that expression, exclaim, because there's a great joy to really showcase innovation with this wonderful brand that we have in our portfolio. But if I were to speak to culture, you're going to see Kalik really showcasing its ownership of what it means to be Bahamian, from the Junkanoo to our regattas to homecomings. And so through the length and breadth of this country, you're going to see, feel, and touch Kalik, this dynamic, vibrant, expressive brand that truly embodies who we are as a people. We are committed to showcasing our culture, not only to our people, because through our various social media platforms, taking them to the world as well. And as we did with this campaign, that the Who Are We campaign, as I would have said to so many individuals, it speaks to who we are as a people. We're people of faith, we're people of passion, we're people of resilience and strength. And so Kalik will continue to showcase the attributes of what it means to be Bahamian and proud. And so this is what we're committed to.
And you've been committed to that for a very long time. Actually, you have been a partner with Junkanoo, cultural expression, for a number of years. And you hope to continue this in 2020?
Definitely.
As you said, with some of the plans.
Definitely, we will.
Moving forward.
We will, definitely.
Talk about that.
Yes. And so for us, we're going to be working hand in hand with the JCNP, but also the Junkanoo community as well. Kalik, as we would have mentioned earlier from one of my colleagues, we invest so much within this cultural expression, providing 70 to 80% of the cardboard that you see here on display.
Wow, I didn't realize that.
Yes, sir. We provide 70 to 80%, Commonwealth Bureau, that is, with Kalik being a platinum sponsor. We provide the cardboard for the various Junkanoo groups. And so we're not committed to just an individual group. We're committed to Junkanoo at large. And with the groups, we have a strong partnership with every single group, and we're committed to seeing every group succeed. And so definitely going into 2020, you're going to see a stronger cohesion with the JCNP as well as the respective groups that fall under the Junkanoo community.
What word do you have for corporate sponsors out there, or corporate Bahamas?
Yep.
Those that have some apprehension to sponsoring events of this magnitude. How do you reach them? What word do you have for them?
For me, as I would have said several times, Junkanoo is the first form of urban renewal in this country. And so any particular company that is seeking to be displayed as a stellar corporate citizen, we want to give back to the youth. Give back to an organization or to a platform that allows Bahamians to showcase their talent, to showcase the artisan skills, to showcase the musical skills. this is, and then we're also assisting with taking it to another level, taking it to the global platforms. And so I would implore every Bahamian organization, every company within this country to support this Junkanoo. This is ours. This is what truly showcases Bahamian pride.
That's right. What we're going to do is send it down Bay, continuing coverage of the 2019 BTC Boxing Day Junkanoo Parade.
Junkanoo on the way after these messages.
Of BTC's 2019 Boxing Day Parade. And of course, you've been listening to the Prodigal Sons, Desmond. They executed the theme, A Magnificent Journey Through Fairyland. What did you think of their performance?
A great performance. Compare that to other groups. It's very competitive this morning, but I love Prodigal Sons. They're one of my favorite groups, and I think they executed their theme pretty beautifully.
It was decent.
This morning. It was decent, yeah.
Well, you know, for much of the morning, our Kelsey Johnson has been roving about her and Lloyd Allen. But Kelsey gave us her take on what she thinks has been happening for most of the morning. So take a look.
Jumanita judging from this parade, because I am a judge. Check me out, Jimmy, check me out. I let you know from head to toe they get me judging the parade. And I can let you know ZNS is the only station that covers the entire Bahamas. They even get us on Boxing Day parade. They get Uncle Darrell, Uncle Rodney, and looking from the future. She's a little Dawn, a little Jumanita. Boy, if she crazy like me, her future is very bright. But this is the best costume. I give this 10 points. I's the judge. I's the judge, and this one win.
Hi to the Bahamas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
I tell you, man, my little judge, we get this. This is about the media. All social media. Tribune. We get... Hey, you want to find out people's business? Read the Punch, the Guardian, and the #1 station is us. It's us, Jumanita. So guess what? I know you had the minister on the side of you. So what we gonna do? Tell her I done judged the parade. This one win. So I gonna toss it back to you, because ain't no more groups coming on Bay Street. I's the judge. I's the judge, man. I gone.
Well, Kelsey, I think you're on your own with that one. I think the judges possibly have the hardest job of the parade right now. That's what I think, Desmond. So I don't want any part of that. Kelsey, you on your own there.
They do.
I'm just an observer.
all of the groups have been spectacular. They've had tremendous themes. The energy, the enthusiasm demonstrated. I mean, it's just amazing. Every year, Junkanoo continues to grow, evolve. The groups continue to expand. They get bigger. There's more sponsorship. So I'm proud to be a Bahamian, but I'm proud of Junkanoo, which is our Mecca iconic festival. I'm just excited as to what's taking place in this country.
Well, it's definitely a very creative cultural expression. You have so many talented young people. One thing I note in all of the groups is they have very young persons. Like you saw the little people, whether it was just moving about in their costumes or whether it was playing an instrument. You see the future of Junkanoo in those persons, whether eventually they evolve into group leaders, section leaders, and they are the future of what we call our #1 cultural expression. So
Junkanoo unites us.
Yes.
Despite our political differences, despite our arguments, we've got so many social differences, but Junkanoo is that glue.
It's definitely that glue, because the one thing that you see at all of these parades is that each group has their fan base, and they don't leave until they see their group. They are resilient and patient, and one thing we see that when they like what's happening, even if that's not their particular group, they're involved. You saw when family was out, everybody was up. Yes. They were feeling it. Yes. So, the judges have a very hard task. The 33 of you, good luck with that.
Exactly.
Good luck with that.
And you may be a Saxon, Zavali. You believe your group is going to win. You believe your group is going to get that top place prize.
Everybody. That was the one thing. If you saw all of the clips that we when we went into the shacks earlier, the one thing everybody's message was, "We coming to Bay to win."
Yeah, we coming to Bay to
Now
win.
we got to see if they delivered based on their themes, because that's a focus. Music, costuming, all of those things the judges are looking at, and also time. Did you get out within that 17-minute window that you had to do what you needed to do so you're not penalized?
Well, I spoke to a JCNV official who cited some penalties after observing the parade this morning. And so these are some areas that we have to look at. The timing of the parade, those lull and those gaps. These are things that we really have to work on. Funding is also a major issue, but we can't underestimate the time,
the commitment and the
thought.
passion.
Yes.
Because look at it, even though the parade was supposed to start at 10, we had to push back because of the inclement weather. Again, later on in the morning, 1:30, 2 o'clock, we did have more showers of blessings, but you saw groups still perform despite the weather. Some of the fans just took some shade somewhere, and they did their thing, but they stayed focused and committed. So we have another group coming down on Bay to do their thing, so we're going to throw it down there and get some of this Junkanoo feel. one of the smaller Junkanoo groups. They're doing their thing, making their presence felt here in Boston Square on Bay Street. As I think we are culminating the first lap almost of this Boxing Day Junkanoo parade. What are your thoughts on it so far?
It's been an electric feeling. We're the only ones here.
We're not the only ones here, of course.
But the crowd is dwindling.
As expected.
As expected. We look forward to the New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade. But man, this Boxing Day Junkanoo Parade has been tremendous, phenomenal. I would like to be in the judge's seat at this time.
Not at all. But of course, our Kelsey Johnson and Lloyd Allen have been roving for much of the morning. So Kelsey, Lloyd, give us your thoughts on this Boxing Day parade.
And it's been a long day. Many of us started our morning from about, well, I know I started from about 8 o'clock last night. What about you, Kelsey?
Well, I was at Zadness from 5 p.m. yesterday, and, you know, we're going to go back and put down more stories, even though today was a great day for not only Junkanooers, but the fans who stayed out here and in the pouring rain. I mean, the culture is strong. It shows that we have a bright future in the culture. I saw Colors Junkanoo group. They are filled with kids between the ages of probably 9 and 18 years of age. So we have a bright future when it comes to Junkanoo. Saxons brought the cure, volleyball, listen, I was Junkanoo all myself. You know how many costumes I had? Yes. I was the judge. The judge, by the way, the judges have a I don't want to be a judge when it comes to Junkanoo. They have a difficult task ahead of them, and come 6 o'clock on our Wacky, while everybody be partying, Saxons, Valley, Roots, and family, meaning you'll be like, because that's what it's all about, making sure the entire Bahamas got to see the 2019 Junkanoo Parade.
I don't know, one of those things that I'm definitely celebrating. This year, I saw loads and loads and loads of visitors who came out to really experience our culture. And again, you know, as I spoke with one of those persons, they said while around the world, they've experienced similar experiences when it comes to Junkanoo. There's nothing like the Bahamian Junkanoo Parade.
Junkanoo to the Google. That's how you can explain Junkanoo, the craftsmanship. If you saw the colors that family bought, they brought back the old tradition of crafting, pasting. They call it French. Everyone else had the smooth crepe paper. They had the French. That Donkey Kong looked like something Nintendo actually drew. So we are filled with talent here in the Bahamas. We just need the exposure, you know? Junkanoo to the Google.
And so definitely some great experiences here. Many more to build us up until the New Year's Day Parade 2020. But of course, Jiminita and Desmond, back to you upstairs at that big, beautiful tree in Rawson Square.
Thanks so much, Desmond and Kelsey. And of course, we get to see firsthand the talent and creative elements of our Junkanooers from start to finish. We saw the Valley, of course, with their theme of wildlife on the Great Serengeti. Genesis brought us the wedding, a road to forever.
Captivated everybody's attention.
Roots had that dream, vacation, a world of beauty. Saxons, they brought in the fight for cancer, so they encouraged all of us to join in the fight. That was a strong message. One family, of course, was the video game madness. We saw Nintendo. We saw a lot of themes explored there with that particular topic. And, of course, the prodigal sons who not too long ago passed through, they had a magnificent journey through Fairyland. Of course, there's always the fun groups like Paper Boys and Sting. So there is so much to see. There was so much to see here on Bay. But right now it's basically time for these groups to reset, because it's just in a matter of a few days you have the 2020 New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade. We're going to be doing it again, but it's a lot of work, a lot to turn around in a short space of time.
Right, a whole lot of work. And you've had some experiences over the last few weeks. You've had an opportunity to speak to some of the Junkanooers and go into some of the shacks. So you've had quite an experience.
Well, we'll just see what they come up with when they do their reset.
And we await the results.
Definitely we await the results indeed. The judges, again, good luck with that. But we'll all see in a matter of a few hours who will emerge the winner of course, this final 2019 BTC Junkanoo Parade. It's been a wonderful job bringing you the parade here from Rawson Square. But again, we're gonna call this the end of our live broadcast. I'm Jiminita Swain. I wish you all the best over the season. We know we celebrated Christmas yesterday, but of course, we go into more season. So all of the best to you and your family.
Happy Boxing Day. Happy holidays. Thank you so much for watching.